This is a 5-minute warning for block battery demo.
あ、Hi everyone, here at the 2020 Gear Show with Scott Handel.
Hey Elvis, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, dude. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. It's been a lot of work to get here, but we're finally here. And a lot of people, kind of back and forth about whether or not we should have the event today. We really did a lot of soul searching, trying to figure out if it was the right thing to do. We talked with our vendors, we talked with some attendees, and about noon on Tuesday, we decided we're going to go ahead and we're going to do it.
Yeah.
And honestly, if it was probably tomorrow, it may have been Monday, we probably wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, that is true.
But we are set to go. We've got lots of precautions in place, and we're all set up for a great show.
Cool. How excited are you?
I'm very excited.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. We have
So,
some cool panels today, right?
I got some great panels. Everybody that comes out, the first 300 folks that come out that we got registered, they're going to get a Gear Show T-shirt with all of our cool vendors. So, and the vendors are great this year. We've got Aerie coming back for, I think, the third or fourth year they've been with us since the beginning. Electrosonics, this is the first year for them. They're a major sponsor of the show. MAGSTOR, Sony, Fujinon, they've got some Prevista lenses here. Also, Central AV, Blue Shape, Imagine Products, Kino Flow. We've got the guys from Gaza. What is it? Moza. I don't know. It's Guzzed Moza.
Sorry, guys. It's his first day.
I know. First day. I'm getting it worked out. It's going to be
No,
great
we
from here on
have
out.
we have a lot of people come today, and there's a good flow already of people coming
There's
through.
a good flow of people already coming through. We've got parking figured out. If you're coming down, you need to park at there's a library central headquarters is like 2 doors down from us. We've got plenty of parking there, and then we're doing a shuttle service over to the building.
Yeah, that fun bus, right?
The fun bus
yeah,
is
it's
here.
pretty cool.
We're going to have some food. We got beverages. Food's going to be like around 1 o'clock. And again, we've got folks serving the food, so nobody's touching the food. We got plenty of hand sanitizer. We've got, the official Gear Show handshake.
Yeah. Let's
Also
call him the
the-
cooler one, yeah?
Yeah. Or I was thinking actually we just do like the regular bump.
The regular bump.
70s
Okay,
bump.
all right, I got you.
All right. So yeah, something like that.
All right, awesome. All right, so we're going to go live with Anna here in a few, so I'm going to pass it to Anna. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hello, one and all. Welcome to the Gear Show, 2020 Gear Show. We're so excited to have you here. Got a great flow of people coming in. Just a fair, just general thing, bump the arms, no handshakes today. We want to stay sanitary, all right? So excited, so many panels today. Got a lot of good food, got a lot of good equipment. And just to start off with our day, we're going to start off with Cody Mendoza from Black Battery to give a quick demo. So nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Just want to thank you guys first for giving us the opportunity to be able to present today and to have an awesome table. My name's Cody. I'm with Block Battery. You may or may not have heard from us before. We are a family-owned, veteran-owned company with all of our products manufactured in USA. So we're pleased to be here. We're super stoked, and I just want to go through our product line real quick. We have both lithium iron phosphate and nickel metal blocks. So most of you out there have probably seen the big, heavy blue block battery, but we wanted to come out with something that was a little different. So about 2 years ago, we came out with our SLI, our safe lithium line of block batteries, and we have them in 300, 600, and 1,000 watt hours. Now, not only can you get these batteries locally, you can actually get them overseas as well. So if you're interested at all, contact me and we can go over about that. But we designed a battery that's not only 30% lighter than the traditional battery, not only charges in half the time, but you can actually travel with these lithium batteries. How can you do that? Our awesome cartridge solution. So we came out with our cartridges. You can use our cartridges to plug them in. You can use our cartridges to swap out if you have any service needs. So going with a cartridge solution really helps us to be versatile. Let's say you want to carry your batteries on a plane. All you have to do is unscrew 4 screws, pop out the bottom plate, and carry on your cartridges. Our cartridges are 56 watt hours, so you would treat it like you would any other onboard that you would carry onto a plane. Let's say something goes wrong with a cell. Instead of having to ship your battery back and pay a lot of money for a whole package resale, you just buy 1 cartridge. And each cartridge is labeled when it was manufactured, and it shows its travel approvals on it. This is our SLI 300, our mini block battery, 280 watt hours. It's a perfect solution for when an onboard doesn't give you enough power. So let's say you want to power 2 astrolights for an hour, 1 battery to do so. Let's say you need to be run and gun and you need just a quick shot. Perfect option right here. Now this is our most popular battery. This is the SLI D600, and actually Ohio HD has these here. So if you want to get your hands on them and rent them out, check out Ohio HD. Super lightweight. I don't remember the last time any of you threw a block battery over your head, but it just goes to show the lightweightness of our block. It's a lot smaller, more compact than any other block that you might see on the market. It's dual voltage, so it has a nominal 16 volt output and a regulated 28 volt output. Super small, has a little rubber boot on the bottom so you can set it in puddles or maybe even a snowbank. It'll protect you from that aspect. It's 560 watt hours, so pretty common for what you might expect from a block. But we have a couple cool technical features that you might not see in other batteries. The first one is our UPS feature. So this means that you can be charging your battery, running a camera, unplug from the charger, and not lose power on your camera, a feature that isn't available in another block battery. Another cool feature is you can actually daisy chain batteries together to double your capacity. Let's say you've got 2 batteries on set. You would just take the charge cable that's included, plug into the next block. You've now doubled your capacity and your batteries are going to drain together. Again, something that's not common in other batteries. And lastly, we have the Tower of Power, our SLI D1000. This is a 970 watt hour block battery featuring our 97 watt hour cartridges, so you can still carry these on should you need to. If you needed to run your LF for multiple hours, if you just wanted to use 1 battery to get you way past lunch, the SLI 1000 would be a perfect option. We also just came out with our redesigned Lithium 150. And we actually do something pretty unique with our onboard batteries. They're called 2F1. And the reason why they're called 2F1 is because you get 2 voltages from 1 battery. Let me walk you through that. Everybody has gold mount, everybody has V mount, everyone has 14 volts, and everyone has 24 volt equipment. Why would you buy a bunch of different batteries that cost a lot of money and shuffle them out in between your gear? Why not go with 1 battery and use some adapter plates to switch? So let's just say you want to power your KinoFlow light. You can just pop it on. We have our 3-pin XLR output, plug it in, runs your Kino. Let's say you want to put on your gold mount camera. Just pop on our gold mount adapter, slide it on your camera. Let's say you have a V-Lock light. Pop the same battery onto a V-Lock. So we are pretty versatile, whether you can use it for any voltage, whether you can use it for any connectivity type. Go with 1 battery and then use simple, cheap adapters. We also released our own version of the shark fin called the T-mount. The T-mount, as you can see, is shaped a little bit different than any other shark fin that you might see on the market. The reason why we did that was so that you can have a better mechanical design and so that you never have to have one of your batteries hanging upside down. As you can see, it's built durably and robust. That's something that we want to communicate through our entire product line. So you can slap on 2 of our lithium 150 batteries. You now have 300 watts of power to run your gold mount, V-mount camera, again, either in 14 or 24 volt. What's cool is that we also have 2 D-tap outputs. We also have a 4-pin XLR output. So you connect to the back of your camera. We have a block input. Plug in your SLI D1000. You got your 2 2F1 150 onboards. You now have 1,300 watts of power to run your camera. And plenty of external power adapters should you need to power any of your other accessories. Let's say lithium's not quite your goal. Let's say you travel all the time. All of our products, we have our 2F1 144, a nickel metal hydride, fully travel friendly, and we also have a nickel metal line of block batteries in 400, 600, and 800 watt hours, both in dual voltage and switchable voltage. That's a little bit about our company. It's a little bit about our product line. I wanted to be able to open it up to the floor. If you guys have any questions at all, I'd be more than happy to answer them for you. So are there any questions about the brand or any of our products? Awesome. Well, hey, if you don't have any questions right now, our booth is just right over in the corner. So if any questions come up, or if you just want to come say, hey, I'd love to be able to chat with you for a little bit. So thank you so much for this great opportunity, and we'll hope to see you at the next show.
Thank you so much, Cody.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doing great, doing great. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break, maybe till 30 minutes. Can't tell what time it is right now. I'm a little blind. But at 12 o'clock, get ready. We're going to have our first panel dealing with data. So if you're interested in some tips and dealing with data, come on, sit down. Don't be shy. Grab a seat. We can't wait to see you. See you soon.
Working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little
Heart's racing.
bit. All right, sorry.
About to be a vibe, he says.
Like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that is really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, those sort of, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school, but like, you know.
The Bolt is a 6-axis camera robot that is very fast, very precise, and is infinitely repeatable.
Precise, repeatable motion creates opportunities in shots that you would not be able to get traditionally.
A lot of the shots that we've done can sometimes almost look like they're a virtual shot because you're not used to thinking that a physical camera can get to the places this arm can put it.
If you had a similar product that you wanted the same move on, say 150 flavors of a soda, you'd be able to do that exact same move and cut them one after the other without having to do any kind of tracking, any kind of realignment. It would be frame accurate and perfect every time. Additionally, we have the ability to add triggers and actuators that allow us to control how things interact while the camera is moving.
So we have a series of servo motors that can be controlling focus, iris zoom,
as well as external triggers such as a drink pour or an ice drop or a light bulb turning on.
When you're bringing a Bolt to the set, you're not just bringing operators of machinery. You're bringing the expertise and the commitment of the entire Ohio HD team to your set.
Hey guys, welcome back to the VIP room. I'm here with Sam from Kino Flow. Sam, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you guys for having us.
Dude,
We're pretty excited of being here as
yeah.
well. Yeah.
So what did you bring here today?
I brought a few different panels. Most of our like the freestyle line, the freestyle 31. Also, you guys were good enough to, happy enough to loan us like the Select 20.
Yeah.
Have the freestyle mini, and also the Image L80. That's pretty much like kind of summed up of what I brought today.
Cool. Now talk to me about these guys that you brought up here.
So this is the Freestyle 2. This is kind of like the newest product that we have. We call it the 2 because it has two tails, which runs either
Cool.
the LED tubes or the panels. They both have the same amount of wattage running through them, so it's a 40-watt panel or 40-watt tube. The neat thing about this is that I wanted to kind of touch base on some of the newer
Cool.
things that we
Yeah.
are working on.
That's
right?
awesome.
So one of the things that we've done in the latest
Oh, that's pretty
firmware
cool.
is that you're able to go from 2700, 6500, which
Okay.
is kind of like
Yeah.
basic, but you're able to choose what camera profile you want to use.
Oh, that's awesome.
So right now we have four
So
camera
I can see
profiles.
already you have Arri Alexa, Sony Venice. Are those the only four that you have?
Yeah, because those are the four major cameras
Mhm.
that are kind of used in film production.
Okay.
We do want to add more.
Awesome.
But that's kind of the challenge because we have to get the profiles researched and get it released from the from the
So we can
manufacturers.
see
and
more
added.
coming updates to it.
Exactly.
Awesome.
So I just kind of want to go quickly and go through the camera profiles.
Cool.
So you can see the subtle differences.
Yeah. Oh,
between
yeah.
the
You could.
cameras. And I think if we could go on the 3200, and then you will be able to see it from the.
Okay. Okay. Yes, that's rad.
So what it does, it just kind of adjusts the green or magenta to that camera sensor.
Okay.
So that way it would match that.
Now, what about the tubes? How long have you guys had these tubes?
These tubes, we've had them for about a year now. So now this is the 2-foot tube. The neat thing about the 2-foot tube is that it's very lightweight, so you can.
Yeah,
Velcro
I
'em.
mean they're
Right. And it has a 310 circumference. So if you're going through a camera, you can actually have a wider shot.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's pretty neat. And then the mini panel as well. And one thing I did want to just touch base on as well was because we've been kind of focusing more on the light quality.
Yeah.
Is that you could dial in a gel, and it
Okay,
has like
that's awesome. Oh, you have how many varieties do you have?
so this is kind of like the most common gels between Lee and Roscoe gamuts or gel libraries.
Okay.
But where I was going with this is that we actually allow you to choose what color space you're working on as well. So you can see the difference in colors because 709 is kind of basic, what everybody shoots on.
Mm-hmm.
But then you could go P3, Rec 2020, ESTA, and it kind of shifts the color because you're just reaching a broader gamut. So that's something.
No, that's awesome,
pretty
Sam.
neat. Yeah.
Now, is there anything else coming out from Kino this year?
Well, this year has been pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's
but,
been.
I don't think we're gonna launch anything this year.
Cool.
I think we're gonna hold off until the next year. But we are coming out with new different variations of connectors and things like that, so you can use more usages from like the 4x4 bank tubes or the minis and so on. So yeah.
All right, awesome, Sam. Thank you so much for being here with me.
Absolutely.
And now, guys, I'm gonna send you guys to the data panel. So thank you guys for watching.
Thank you.
4K, 6K, 8K. How in the world do we manage all this data? Well, you're going to find out right here on this Dealing with Data panel, starting with Kyle Stoner.
Hello, guys. Yeah, so we're going to be here with our guests on this first panel, kind of touching on on-set offloading solutions, tips and tricks. What do we do with all the data that we generate in our sets now that it seems to be getting bigger and bigger every day and every month? But to start, I'm going to have you guys we'll go right down the line and introduce yourselves and kind of tell us your experience and who you're with, what you do. We'll learn a little bit more about you.
Hi, I'm Tim Gerhard. I'm with MAGSTOR, and we are the LTO hardware experts. We do Thunderbolt, SAS, fiber channel, tape libraries, tape drives, all that stuff. We're experts in tape, and we also have a data recovery department and such. And that's pretty much it.
Andrew Mastarella, project manager at Post House Creative, content agency here in Columbus. I've been with Post House for 5 years. And I've kind of done a whole bunch of stuff from media management up to project managing now.
I'm Robert Leach. I'm a creative manager at MediaSource. I've been in TV and production for a long time. I've handled all kinds of data, back from shooting on tape, and then now we're just handling all the different kind of things we shoot and keeping track of it and making sure it works. So. That is my expertise.
Hi, I'm Dawn Norad. I'm with Central Ohio AV. We've been in business for about 20 years. We started out basically selling just blank videotape, but it eventually evolved into a lot of equipment. But we do sell backup data media, and I guess that's why I've been asked to sit here.
I'm Curtis Abbott. I'm a DIT from Pittsburgh. I work on motion pictures, doing look creation, all that stuff, but as well as being in charge of all the data management from the camera to the camera truck, where we keep everything backed up and then wait to wipe cards until they're on LTO verified and all that stuff. So.
Awesome, yeah. So we got a diverse group of media managers here. I guess I was going to kind of start on the production side of things. And as we shoot now, it seems like some days we're just trying to keep up with the offloading of the cameras we're shooting because we're generating so much data. So I was kind of looking to you guys to share some tips and tricks on, say, the SSDs versus the HDDs now in terms of solid states and hard drives, and kind of what solutions you found that helps kind of manage your set day and keeping up with the data that's being created and shot throughout the day.
I can take that. I've kind of working in the productions that I'm working on, we're shooting Airy Raw with the the LF, and we're dealing with a massive amount of data. Typical day is 4 terabytes, big day is like 8 terabytes. And I've actually put together some NVMe storage, and NVMe is even better than SSD because I can read and write at 2.8 gigs a second. So you can pull the data off of the cards as fast as the card will let you, and your bottleneck is actually the card itself. So, and then from there, then you can do your archive and back up to a 8-disc, hard drive RAID, which is maybe a gig a second. So that's kind of like what I'm working with on set now to make data acquisition ingest as fast as possible. And then from there, those are our shuttle drives that we send to the post house, and they'll pull it off into their RAID. I don't know what kind of read and write speeds they're getting, but for us on set, it's all about time and being able to wrap out at the end of the day and not have the camera truck sitting there for an hour or two after wrap. We can do it and be done by the time G&E and everyone's kind of closing up their gates. Yeah. We're not much further behind them.
Yeah, 'cause I'm sure we all know the experience of the extra 3 hours on set offloading cards at the end of the day when everyone else is driving home already. And yeah, for anyone who might not be familiar with the NVMe, is that a hardware, software solution, or?
It's a hardware, so it's a little stick about that big, so it's like half the size of an SSD. But a SSD is working on older technology, and a single SSD can only read and write at like 500 megabytes a second, whereas one stick of NVMe can read and write at like, I think it's 1.8 gigs a second. So then when you RAID 4 of those together, I mean, with SSD, it's still pretty fast with 4 of those together, but with NVMe, it's your bottleneck is either the card you're pulling it off of, or I'm using Thunderbolt 3, so the bottleneck is really Thunderbolt 3. The NVMe isn't even working at its full capacity.
Yeah. That's definitely some new technology then that could change the game. I don't know if any other guys just in your maybe multi-camera set days, or just kind of how you manage maybe a shoot that's on the run, on the go, where you might not be able to set up a whole system, or kind of be more mobile.
We see that quite a bit. We have, like, it's great to have a shoot with the budget big enough where you can have somebody on set and helping with that. Not every project will lend that, so you have to have a lot of like different ways to do things. So sometimes we just make sure we have enough media there to just cover it and take care of it back at the post house, or, no offense, we just make sure we have somebody there to do it. And sometimes it ends up being like like a newer person or a younger person, and that's good for, like, it's good for experience, but make sure that it's somebody that you rely on, because sometimes that shouldn't be a job that just gets put off on, oh, anybody can do that, because it's a very serious job. And I tell everybody back at Media Source, like, what we do is, I mean, our job is to capture the O's and ones on those discs. So that's the most important thing that we do. So keeping track of that is something you have to really take seriously. So even jobs where you don't have the budget for somebody on set to take care of it, you have to make sure it does get taken care of, and gets taken care of well, and double backed up, triple backed up, and then get it back and make sure you can do something with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And in touching on, I know we use a piece of software from Imagine Products quite often. Is there any particular software or tips and tricks you have to kind of bring that level of confidence that all the media that you're offloading is being offloaded and backed up in an appropriate way?
I'd love to say yes, but sometimes it's just general moving it from here to there. I mean, when time allows, it's good to use something like that, but I found that a lot of projects you just have to kind of crash it over. I'm sure you have better systems of getting it verified and things like that into the stuff. What are some of those things you use?
Software-wise, what I rely on now is Pomper SilverStack, and that, for me, is the best, because if you lose power, or a lot of times out in the field, I'll have to unplug because the generator's being turned off, or we're moving to another set. So I can have a 1 terabyte card. I can be downloading it, and in an instant, they'll tell me I need to move on, so I can actually stop the transfer, power everything down, move, get back up, and then it'll start the transfer right where it left off. So I don't lose that 20 minutes that I already spent downloading that 1 hour card.
Absolutely.
And that's, yeah, I've used other software, but that one seems to be the one to kind of, it does everything you need for on set, and to make whatever gets thrown at you, the ability to do whatever production needs you to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good note for everyone watching, is that piece of software. And I guess kind of moving from our offloading on set into now we've shot our footage all day, and we're bringing it back to our either production house, post house. And Andrew, you might be able to speak on kind of how you guys bring all that footage in from maybe multiple projects that are happening on a weekly basis, and kind of set that up for the post-production workflow.
Yeah, so like Robert said earlier, we're in the same boat most of the time. 95% of our projects don't have a DIT on set. So yeah, we're generally making sure that we have enough cards, enough media to get us through the day. And then once that production is over, yeah, we're bringing it back and into our house, getting it on our network. We've recently moved into a network. We had RAIDs and working from working hard drives. We've gotten a network. that everybody at our shop can access. And yeah, there's some times where there's 2 or 3 shoots going on in a single day. And sometimes that's each photographer that's on that shoot that's coming back and making sure it gets backed up. Sometimes it all gets handed to me. It kind of just depends on what's going on. But yeah, it's ultimately my responsibility, all of our responsibilities, to make sure that it gets into the right place on our network, onto our server, so that the editor can eventually find it, and we don't have to go back and, hey, where'd that shoot go? Because nobody ever wants to hear that question. That's pretty terrifying.
That's the scary question, exactly. And I guess along those lines, I don't know if you can kind of talk on like how many backups is enough. So I mean, we kind of in this pitfall is a single backup of your working project, kind of where you feel confident. Is it 2, 3, 4 kind of backups in a chain? Like where, at what level does that confidence kind of introduce itself that your data is really secure?
Go for it.
I mean, in the field, we usually try to make sure we have if the original media can survive, if you have enough media, you don't have to reuse it, at least get 2 backups to bring back in. And then internally, I'm not sure, I know you guys have an SNS system. We have a SNS system as well. And so we have several different backup systems we use. One, we put it on the SNS system, which is rated in a protected way. And then we have a nearline editing, nearline Drobo system that's big enough to handle most of the projects we're working on currently, and just keeps it, we don't ever do anything with it except we just keep it there in case the worst would happen. And then we eventually offload it onto hard drives for archiving purposes. No offense, LTO. But that's how we get things. And and even on the hard drives, we definitely make sure we have 2 copies because, and we spin them up every few months or so just to make sure they don't lose the zeros and ones. But it's, I mean, I don't know if there's ever enough backups. I would always want more if I could, but having it on a protected system and then having another protected system and then having a third way to keep it, that usually makes me feel able to sleep at night. But I don't think there's ever any full safety feeling if you have working with data.
Yeah, and I can speak. We on our network, we've got 16 hard drives in the Evo, and it can take up to 2 hard drive failures before the whole thing fails, and it'll tell you when the first one fails. But as far as archiving, we actually have we keep 2 copies. We keep 1 copy of all of our archived projects at the office, and then our owner takes a hard drive home as well, and he keeps that in his safe at home. So he's got 44 terabyte hard drives in a safe at his home that, you know, if God forbid anything happened at the office, he's got all that stuff as well. So yeah.
And we used to use tape when we first started. When we first started shooting like less tape and keeping everything backed up, we did a tape backup system, and it seemed like, well, I think this is every archive. Whenever you archive something, you need it 2 weeks later, it seems. So that's the magic. You keep it on the hard drive for a year. As soon as you get rid of it, you need it. But the tape system wasn't like we'd have our clients would need to get things quicker than we could get it back sometimes. So it wasn't like a good quick enough solution for some of the things we'd used. I bet there's the better stuff out now, but that's the reason we moved to the hard drives. And I know that Andrew, that same kind of system they're using. So that seems to be a quicker, easier way. And then if you have the 2 backups, I guess it feels safe at least. So I hope they can get to it pretty quick.
One thing I'd just like to add with that is maybe just an extra layer using Blu-ray discs. I know discs are probably outdated, but you can use 25 and 50 gig discs, and they take up a very small amount of space. And it's not like you need to keep all the B stock, B footage, but maybe just the actual, final, and put it on the shelf. It's rated for 100 years archival life, so that's obviously will outweigh any hard drive system.
Yeah, and those are all good tips. And I think we're kind of learning that each approach is customized to that organization, that production company. And I know you brought up spinning hard drives, which I think is a little bit of information a lot of people aren't aware of, is that just a sitting hard drive after so long, just not spinning.
Yeah, loses this magnetism, right. And that's something that like I think all these systems like that, people learned on the way. So that was one of the things we didn't do at first. But then we didn't keep 2 hard drives at first, and then we lost a hard drive, and it was like, okay, that's not good. Let's start keeping 2. So yeah, those are the pitfalls. I mean, there was a plus and minus with every system, and we had the need to keep it at that kind of reach to grab it quickly, but for that cost, you end up having to spin them up, and then they're still not foolproof. So if any of the systems, any of the drives ever have an error, we immediately make another backup of the backup. So it's a good way to make sure you have your stuff, but it's like in a safe way. But there are gives and takes in it.
Yeah, and I think Tim, you might well speak on as we look into long-term archiving. If you're putting something you want that confidence for even decades, I think you might well speak on the LTO option.
Right, so LTO is a low-cost, effective way to keep your storage archive for 30 years on a shelf without any power, electricity, or anything like that. You just have to keep it in a temperature-controlled environment. I want to say something because I hear this from a lot of people, is that I have a garage full of hard drives or a vault full of hard drives. And we also have a data recovery company, so we get to see the people that are victimized by the hard drives, and then we can sell them a tape drive afterwards. But essentially, there's a big warning I want to give everyone with hard drives now, is that all the hard drives are moving to a helium-based filled hard drive. When you get those 8 terabyte or larger, those are essentially all helium-based now. And in order to do a data recovery job on one of those that fail, you're talking like $6,000 to $10,000 there's only one lab that we know of in the United States that does it, and they built like this $5 million lab to do it, so they charge accordingly.
Wow.
Does it make your voice high when you do it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They don't let anybody in to see it because it's top secret, classified stuff. But I just want to point that out, is that be very careful with those bigger hard drives, and we've also learned, just they're mechanical beans. They're all mechanical beans. They're low cost, yes, and they're very technological for what they are, for the price. But it's going to fail, and the longer you let it sit in a cabinet or a drawer somewhere for years on, the higher the chance it's not going to work when you plug it in, and then you're going to have to go to a data recovery company and pay X amount of dollars to do that. It's just not the safest way to do that. And I know you mentioned about accessibility, and tape wasn't accessible before because maybe it was too slow or just to pull a tape.
You think it's like an old DTO or some kind of system, yeah.
Right, so I've dealt with like TV stations where they essentially were doing everything onto like a CD or a Blu-ray, and then they have to go pick it, and they got to retrieve something. It takes like 2 hours to do it. I can understand that. It takes too long. Well, now there's LTFS in play with LTO, which is linear tape file system, and essentially it's a format that makes the tape drive behave like a hard drive. And there's also tape libraries now that support LTFS, so you can have an entire jukebox tape library full of all your data, and you just tell it, hey, fetch this file, and you've got it in like 5-6 minutes or so. So it's come a long way over the years, and I think that, everyone's switching over to the gold standard of tape right now. Even a lot of studios are, like, if you send content to them, like Netflix, for example, or HBO, Discovery Channel, those types of guys, they have a requirement that you actually do this on these tapes. Wow. They say, hey, it's supposed to be on LTFS, don't send it in anything else, and you need to have a backup on your site too, on tape. Don't use this. They say use hard drives as well, but they're like, use all of these things, and this is how we want you to do it. So.
All right, guys, I think we're getting towards the end of our time here. So Anna's going to take us out here.
Yes.
And
thank you guys so much for giving all your information on data. That was a great panel, and we're going to have a 15-minute break, and make sure to come back in those 15 minutes for a Moza demo. Just in general, remember to elbow bump, stay sanitary. And if you see something cool, give it a hashtag 2020 Gear Show, and make sure to @OhioHD so we can share all the good things you've been seeing tonight. I'll see you later.
Working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little bit.
Heart's racing.
All right, so
About to be a vibe, he says.
like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that was really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school, but like, you know.
Bolt is a 6-axis camera robot that is very fast, very precise, and is infinitely repeatable.
Precise repeatable motion creates opportunities in shots that you would not be able to get traditionally.
A lot of the shots that we've done can sometimes almost look like they're a virtual shot because you're not used to thinking that a physical camera can get to the places this arm can put it.
If you had a similar product that you wanted the same move on, say 150 flavors of a soda, you'd be able to do that exact same move and cut them one after the other without having to do any kind of tracking, any kind of realignment. It would be frame accurate and perfect every time. Additionally, we have the ability to add triggers and actuators that allow us to control how things interact while the camera is moving.
So we have a series of servo motors that can be controlling focus, iris zoom,
as well as external triggers such as a drink pour or an ice drop or a light bulb turning on.
When you're bringing a Bolt to the set, you're not just bringing operators of machinery. You're bringing the expertise and the commitment of the entire Ohio HD team to your set.
Welcome back, guys, to the VIP room. Here I am with Art, who works with Airy. Art, how's your day going?
It's going really well, thanks. Good turnout.
Dude, that's awesome. It is a good turnout. I mean, are you having fun?
I am. I love these things.
Dude, yeah, it's awesome.
It's
I
my
think
first time here, too.
It's your first time.
yeah.
What do you think about our space?
It's a great space.
Dude,
It's a
love
really
that.
great event.
So I see you brought some gear. You got the signature lenses. Can you tell me about those?
Signature primes, yeah, they're really cool. So the idea behind them is that, I think people are probably familiar with the look of Airy cameras.
Beautiful.
We tried to get that look into glass.
Mhm.
And we did a bunch of really interesting things, like we really kind of worked on highlights because we're really known for highlights in our cameras, how they roll off, they're very smooth.
Definitely.
Tried to do that same thing in the glass, and to soften the highlights just a little bit so they're nice and smooth, nice roll off. We do a lot of work on skin in our cameras.
Yeah.
So we did the same thing. The lenses smooth skin and warm it a little bit. The lenses see really well into shadows, very high dynamic range glass. So you capture a really wide range of tonalities. They don't flare very easily, but when they do flare, they're really nice. It's not overwhelming. It's just subtle. So a lot of really interesting things in there.
Cool. And then you also have the LF as well, right?
The mini LF, yeah.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the LF.
It's a big mini. It's just a large format Airy camera. Large format is really popular right now. It's a really interesting aesthetic and I think it's really cool because I grew up with 35 millimeter film, and you didn't shoot 35 and then go off and shoot 65 millimeter like the next day. That was a very different group of people who were shooting that kind of stuff. And now we just bounce back and forth. Anyone can shoot Super 35 or large format.
Yes, sir.
So it's just it's nice to have that choice.
Cool. So as well, you guys have some awesome merch. I mean, look at these hats. They are awesome. Right? Stop by at the Airy booth. They would love to have you. But Anna, it's going to go back to you. Thank you guys for watching.
Thanks. Ooh. Ooh. Up here, don't mind me dancing. Copy. Thank you, and welcome back to the Gear Show, 2020 Gear Show. Woo woo! We're about to have a demo with our product specialists, Johnny and Nick, introducing Gudson Moza. So why don't you guys come up here and take it away?
Thank you.
Yes.
Do I need to use that microphone or just this?
You're.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, sweet. My name is Johnny. I'm a production specialist for Mozart Gudson. Basically speaking, I'm not their employee. I just basically go there. They send me products. I test them out, break them, and then if something doesn't work well, they send me a new one, which the reason why I have 2 or 3 of those, or 4, sometimes 10. There's one time I have actually 12, 20 of those products. So today I'm going to do a quick demonstration about the company and what they do. I've been with this company. This is the history line. They started in 2012 and started with a very heavy set 2-handle gimbals all the way. 6 years ago, I started to use their product and got to learn how the product works and become the specialist 2 years ago. So in 2019, they released the Mozart Air, which on the table over there, so you guys can check it out. It's a single-handed gimbal that can go up to 9 pounds system, payload 9 pounds, and you can use even to a red camera that you should be able to set out there. Panasonic EVA 1 can be set up, so we tested out already. And this year, late last year rather, they had this Mozart Aircross 2. The Aircross 2 is very different because it's lighter. It's have 7-pound payload. It has all the intuitive information. You can actually hold the controls here, almost like the Ronin S, I believe that you can call that. It does a lot of work. It's very simple to use, not that hard, very light. It's actually probably about under 2 pounds weight, so it's a very simple thing to work with. The cool thing about that is I have a great ecosystem that you have the wireless follow focus system you can attach there. By the way, this is separate that I put in just demonstrating. This company, Pilotfly, did a very cool little gimbal for monitors. So when you move the camera, the gimbal downward, you see the monitor doesn't move anywhere. It's a kind of cool thing. And it's a very good complement for it to make it work. At the same time, all this gimbal that you see, then they actually work with the different apps. For everything you see here, they actually work with the Mozart Master app. So we're gonna go faster. I only have 12 more minutes to go. Haha. So Aircross 2, I just said that. Very light. It's like about 2 pounds. You can use different kind of cameras on it. We right now have a Blackmagic 4K and a GS5. You can actually have the Blackmagic 4K, Pocket 4K with a cage on it and a hard drive, external hard drive SSD, and a Sony battery on it. It still works really well. Unfortunately, if you have those things attached, you definitely need to have a external counterweighted. Here's my Vanna White today. So thanks, Nick. So at the center of this, the cool thing about this also, you have a system where you can actually use a camera in a regular way, or you can do it the vertical way. So vertical way for anybody who do a lot of Instagram vlog, bloggers, you can actually balance that way. The other cool thing about this is you can actually have this motors in here can be in different directions. So you can notice on this camera, the gimbal, we have it in the left side, and here we have the right side. So you can alternate, it really doesn't matter. And power charging, the battery is about 12 hours. Battery that you can actually unplug and plug it in there. There's also a charger here. You can actually plug in the charge, continue charging the gimbal, and charging the battery. So basically speaking, you have a power bank will last forever and doesn't have to worry about run out of batteries. Then what I like about this also, there's a cool thing about is that there's locking system. You can lock down every axis so you can balance them perfectly well before you actually turn it on. And obviously, if you don't do that right, you'll go to sleep mode. It doesn't work. So I'm gonna go talk about the cooler thing because this thing we can talk more about on the table. I got 10 more minutes to go. So this is a comparison chart that was created last July. I took this charge to B&H, training their staff about how the difference of different gimbals. And this will give you a quick idea of the differences and the kind of process of each gimbal. Don't get me wrong, they are all tools. They are not, you cannot say each one is better than the other, but rather than they're all tools for your filmmaking or production. So they can all work the same. You just have to learn how to use each one of them. I've used them all. I have no preferences. Just right now, this are all the companies I've been testing with. So SlidePod is another product that came out actually released this last November. And at NAB back in April 2019, we actually won 2 awards with this. What is a SlidePod? A SlidePod is a 2-to-1 system. It's a monopod, as you can see here, and a motorized slider inside. So Nick can do right now a demonstration how it works. You can control the speed. You can make it fast, slow. Yes, if you can hear the noise, that's unfortunately going to happen because it's a motorized slider, so you can't do much about that. There's 2 versions. Right now I have here the aluminum version, and this is the carbon fiber version. You use the Mars rover technology to have a very precise motion and speed. Up to 40 pounds, you can put it on vertical mode and horizontal mode. You have an option here. You can put on a tripod. Then you can put about 9 pounds. You can also control this through the device itself. In the bottom here, you can control it up and down, or you can use the app like he's doing right now. Or there's also a remote control you can get, which is not available at this point. We have it for demonstration. What I like about this also is you can connect your Aircross 2 to a SlidePod, and you can control both of them at the same time, which means that you can have the camera gimbal go left or right or up and down, while the SlidePod going up and down. So you have a complete control of creativity. You might gonna ask, what kind of cool stuff you can do with this? Let's say you have a shot on your car. You're gonna from outside the car with the gimbal, slide all the way in, continue on, and then go the other side out. Or you can go through the engines. I mean, that's the easiest way to explain it. That people can see all the details and information with that. Let's see. Oh, it's here you get the quick demonstration of precision motion control. Controlled by the apps. You can do time lapse and so on. It's motion creative. There's one time we can do it. You can do up and down forever, or you can control the different speed. Certain camera like the Sony, kind of Canon, Panasonic. Actually, no Panasonic. It's Canon and Sony right now displaying, and Fuji. You can actually control the camera through the SlidePod. So you can use the software control the camera to do the shutter speed and activate to record. So like everything I show here, they all can be powered by an external power bank. So basically speaking, the SlidePod itself can have up to 3 hours battery life internally, and then you can connect a power bank. It can last forever. So basically, you can be you can be climbing a mountain. You can use that forever. Basically speaking, with a gimbal, it's not like a battery, a camera, unless you have plenty of battery with it. It's a weatherproof. That means you can take anywhere. I do not recommend using the water because we tried in the rain and it just didn't work. Yeah, that's our job. We tested it out and try to make sure it works. And this is the work to take it apart. So in this case, with this one, I can just slide it out, and now I have a gimbal by itself. And then you want to put it back in, I can just go quickly and go in there. So it's very simple and do. I got several minutes, and I already done my slide. Any questions so far for us? No? So you can get them right now on Amazon. The price of the Aircross 2 is $429. They do have $100 off right now on BH. And the SlidePod, the carbon fiber is $499. I think there's $100 off right now. And the aluminum version is the SlidePod E. It's $299. So you should probably get them fairly simple. The Aircross 2 right now on our table there, it's, I can't remember the non-price. I think it's about $400 something, $499, sorry. So we don't sell them, so we cannot promote that. But if you really interested, let me know. I might be get you 15% discount, just because I deal with them. So I think that's it. Thank you guys for listening to us about. Yes, sir.
Other than the weight between the aluminum and the carbon fiber, are all the internal mechanics the same?
It's the same. So honestly, if you had to buy one, I would recommend you buy the SlidePod E, which is the aluminum version. Why is the price different? The aluminum one do not include the wooden handle, and do not include this part of the adapter. All it includes is a little thing that you see here for $299. I prefer the aluminum version because it feels a little more heavier. The good thing about having this in your car is a cool weapon you can hit anybody with. So if somebody wants to harass you, they go, bang. So I think that's it. Thank you guys for listening to us talk.
All right, thank you, Nick and Johnny. In the meantime, we're going to be taking a little break. Come back at 12:15. We're going to have an audio best practices panel, and really excited to hear what tips and tricks they have for us to get some nice audio. In the meantime, like I said, stay safe. Elbow bumps here. Elbow bumps, sanitize. We got some food in the back. Everyone, welcome, and make sure to grab yourself a Gear Show shirt. See you soon.
Working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little
Heart's racing.
bit. All right, sorry.
About to be a vibe.
Like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that is really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, those sort of, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school, but like, you know.
The Bolt is a 6-axis camera robot that is very fast, very precise, and is infinitely repeatable.
Precise, repeatable motion creates opportunities in shots that you would not be able to get
guys. In the VIP room here with John from Blue Shape. John, man, what do you think about the turnout?
Elvis, I'm enjoying it so far. Been a lot of interest, lots of folks through already, and excited to see what the rest of the day is going to bring.
Yeah, that's awesome. John, I got to say thank you. You hooked us up with some awesome badges, some Blue Shape badges. I got to say thank you for that.
Our pleasure. We enjoy getting the logo out there and enjoy supporting Ohio HD each year.
You got an awesome logo, John. Now, John, what did you bring today?
Well, the batteries are all back at the table. Lots of things going on with those, but the HD Plus is a new series. It's 20 amp series to help handle some of the lights, some of the area Alexa cameras, some of the bigger things too. On the exciting side, we have our new 2-place charger. We have this in both a 3-stud and V-mount models. Our old guy was 3 amps per side. This is 6 amps per side. Simultaneous charging now instead of sequential charging. The nice part, it has a switch for those that are working in a studio. It could be using as a charger, turn the fan off, and it's quiet. If it starts to warm up too much because there's no fan running, it just slows down the heating.
Oh,
charging
gotcha.
and maintains the heat. And then the other nice advantage of this is you can put a pair of batteries on it, take it out and use the 14.8 volt out. So you can take it to the camera without any AC.
That's
still
nice,
be able to
dude.
run your devices.
Cool.
So we have a 4-place version of that we're going to show at a thing called NAB. You may have heard of it back in the old days.
We
since it
are
was a
the
gear
NAB
show.
this year, John.
We are.
So are you going to show it here today? Like we're expecting
it's
Great reveal.
It is being shipped over and did not get here. So
Now you also have the battery case charger. Talk to me a little bit about that.
right, they're called the rugged power stations. There's a 2-place and a 4-place version. The nice part about those is it takes the 14-volt batteries and will give you 14 out, 28 out, or 48 out, up to 560 watts. It'll power something as large as an Airy Sky Panel S60 on full for over 2 hours without a battery change. Serves as a charger, serves as a UPS.
No, it's an awesome.
Also has a USB out if you need to charge your
That
phone. while you're
USB.
sitting
There you go. What do you always say? It's the most expensive battery charger.
Most expensive phone charger on
Phone
the
charger.
market.
Yep. There you go. All right, John. This is our 3rd year, man. Thank
It
you
is.
again for coming by and always giving us a hand. But here, you guys. I'm passing it to Anna now. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Elvis. Well, we're back, and welcome to our best practices with audio. We have Ryan here, and we're just going to be talking a little bit about practices, working with producers, post-production, and just set etiquette, and little tips and tricks on anything and everything audio. All right, Ryan, take it away.
Hey guys, Ryan here. I've been working with Ohio HD for about 7 years now. It's a pleasure to be up here with these gentlemen on stage. Just want to quickly go down the line and kind of introduce yourselves, where you're from, and maybe what aspect of production you guys kind of work in terms of departments of audio, whether it's location or post or a little bit of both, music.
I guess I'll start it off. I'm Jay Alton, and I'm primarily a location sound mixer, but I also work with music production as well, and I do some post as well. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. Went to school at Capitol, and I've been doing this for about 14 years full-time now.
All right, I'm Matt Disbro, like Jay. I also went to Capitol for music production. I'm predominantly a location sound mixer and boom operator here in Columbus.
Hi, I'm Greg Ward. I started out in recording studios. I'm mainly, at this point, a post guy and music producer. I've done location sound for about 10 or 12 years along in there, but again, mostly post at this time.
I'm Henry Rapp, and I'm predominantly a production sound mixer, but I do still do a fair amount of music, and I'm based up in Cleveland, Ohio.
Awesome. I guess we'll jump right into it. So, a lot of what we do as location sound mixers is miking talent, which can sometimes be in people's personal spaces if we're hiding mics. If you're working with professional or non-professional talent, how do you approach miking talent being in their their personal space? Do you approach professional or non-professional talent differently? Do you approach women or miking children any differently? Or if you just talk on some of those points? Who wants to start?
Anyone. I do think it's different. Depending on everybody's different. It depends on who you're miking and their relationship with you and the others. For instance, I mean, especially these days, sometimes I would ask a stylist or someone to help me in case there's an issue, or in case, especially miking women. Just, you want to be careful about other people's space. And children, for that matter, generally there will be parents on set, and you want to consult the parents, make sure they're okay with it. Is there anything that we should watch out for? And just talk to people, get used to them, get comfortable with them, and make sure they're comfortable with you handling them and their clothing and so forth, because it can be sketchy, and non-pros are not used to that. So you have to make them comfortable.
Yeah, and it really does just depend on kind of going into each situation and knowing who you're dealing with, whether that's just feeling out, getting a feel for if this person is comfortable or not. Like, as soon as you walk up to somebody, you can right away tell if they're nervous or something, and then a simple question such as, have you ever been mic'd before? Like, that'll tell you a lot. And then, somebody will say, oh yeah, I've been mic'd 1,000,000 times. Or it's like, oh, I've never been on camera. And then, like, right away you know how to approach it. And then just simple things like, is it okay if I do this? Like, a lot of times, if you are hiding a mic, maybe you have to hide it either under their shirt or on their skin. And simple things like, is it okay if we do this? And that'll tell you something too, because like occasionally, if I did have to, say, mic somebody on their skin, they might tell me that they're allergic to skin tape, in which case I'm not going to do that. I'm going to come up with something else to do it. So just really talking to them and getting a feel for if they're nervous or not tells you a lot. And obviously, if they're professional talent, they're going to be very used to all of those things. They might even be like, oh yeah, I usually like to do this and that and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay. And I really have no ego about it too. Like a lot of times, like if it's a woman or something, it's like, I'll say, hey, why don't you take this and just mic yourself up and like just tell them how to do it. I don't need to be the one who does it. So really just coaching people on it, and then like Greg said, getting help from a stylist, or if it's a kid, from their parents. Just simple things like that definitely helps.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is just being friendly and communicative. So obviously, as Heather said, seeing if they've been mic'd before, and if they haven't, if they're comfortable with you applying the mic, it may be easier to get it done quickly and with relatively less adjustments. But if they aren't comfortable, we can always walk them through how they need to apply it, and just communicating what you're going to be doing and how you're going to be doing it to make sure that they're comfortable with everything.
Awesome. So we are called location sound mixers. So that being said, sometimes we're in locations that are noisy or unfavorable. We're not always in a controlled environment like a studio. What are some things you're looking for in a good location? If available, do you get to go on location scouts? Do you prefer scouts? What in a location might you be looking for in terms of room size or materials on the wall? And how might you would deal with some of those issues like traffic, or is that just communication with the producer, or how do you deal with some of those issues that come up with location sound mixing?
You want to hit it up, Matt?
Well, I would say as far as locations go, I'm not on scouts very often, as much as I would like to be, for sure.
Right.
And which, leads me to working next to a lot of loading docks, or, under air conditioning units or in big open spaces. So I think being prepared to combat issues like that with sound blankets and, cutting some reflections from the floor and cutting some reflections from the walls is very helpful, and picking certain microphones over others that might perform better in certain spaces. So there are considerations that can be made that you can be prepared for if you aren't coming in with any knowledge of what to expect.
Yeah, it's amazing, even like an interview setup, just a sound blanket or two on the floor in front of the talent, what that can do. But yeah, great point about choosing the right tool for the right job with the microphone selection there.
Yeah, absolutely agree with all of that. As he mentioned, choosing microphones appropriate to the environment. So if you're in an uncontrolled environment, something maybe with a tighter pickup pattern that rejects more of the world around it, might be better for that sort of scenario, whereas something in a relatively controlled environment, you could use something a little bit wider that allows for talent to move off axis a little bit more without having to readjust the mic position.
Yeah, and a lot of times for me, it's like, well, what can I control and what can't I control? Obviously, if I could be on a location scout, I would prefer that, but most of the time it doesn't happen.
Right.
You show up and it's like, this is what we're doing. And then sometimes if you're in a horrible location, you'd be like, is there another option? And there's been times where if you are somewhere that is that horrible, you should push for another location, like if it literally would make the video horrible. And that's where I kind of pick my battles to where I don't try to pull that often, but if you're in a place to where the location would ruin everything, we do need to call them out on that, and at least let them know, and then they can ultimately make that decision. But yeah, then you just control what you can control, and if that means sound blankets or different microphones, you do what you can, but you just kind of communicate, obviously make sure the director and that sort of thing is aware of what they're getting into. Sometimes I will literally, if it is bad, I'll just say, hey, put the headphones on. This is what it sounds like.
Right.
And then they can sign off on it. Maybe they're fine with it, maybe not, but you can put it in their court to just make sure they're okay with it. The only other thing I would say along those lines as well is just knowing, I've done some posts as well, so knowing what things will sound like in post helps. And just kind of getting a feel for how it's going to be mixed in post gives you a better perspective on what's okay or not okay. So that's all.
Do you find yourselves, creating sound reports? Like are you marking which takes might have a plane overhead, or and do you find yourselves, even if you're making that sound report, you don't know that that's going to necessarily get passed down all the way through post. So like Jay said, kind of covering yourself on location can be beneficial, because you don't know that you might mark a take as bad for post, but then they might not necessarily see that. So covering yourself on location is definitely.
Yeah, I try to do sound reports whenever time allows, but sometimes with fast-paced shoots, you just don't have time to simply do that. Yeah.
So do you, how often do you find yourselves kind of working in pre-production, or what kind of questions are you, when you get the call, what questions are you asking the producer or whoever's booking you? Are you asking about the location, what kind of wardrobe they're going to be having? There's all kinds of unknowns in our world, and we have to work quickly and efficiently in sound. So what kind of questions are you asking when you get the call, and how involved are you typically in pre-production for leading up to a shoot?
Yeah, I would say the questions that you kind of touched on, interior, exterior, and how much of each, how many talent will be, on camera, how many lavs and things like that, wardrobe, sure, what to prepare yourself for what kind of mounts or what kind of mics you're going to have to use. So.
Yeah, it's not uncommon that we get that surprise. You show up, and, oh, it's now 10 people instead of 5 that need
exactly.
Water, so.
Yeah. So also being prepared, having extras. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think just communicating to find out what all the gear package is going to actually entail, whether it's just a couple lavs and a boom and a recorder, or whether it's going to include IFBs, timecode boxes, hops, all those kinds of things. Just kind of get a feel for what the shoot's going to look like. I usually try to have a phone call if possible, because just being able to communicate in real time makes it a lot easier to just get a feel for what the shoot day is going to look like. And then from there, I might ask how many cameras there's going to be, what type of camera, so I know that I have the right cabling for it, all that kind of stuff. And then from there, start negotiating rates and get insurance and all that.
Yeah. Are you, when you're asking for what kind of gear that particular shoot needs, are you bringing extras usually to have on standby in the car in case you need more, or are you typically kind of bring in what they ask for, or how can you prepare yourself with with having those unknowns maybe, or those pop-up talent where you might go from 5 talent to 8? Are those extra wires something you typically have with you, or you usually bring in kind of what was originally requested?
I usually, just to decrease my stress level, just show up with everything, which I'm fortunate to have a lot of equipment. So it's like I'll just bring all my wireless and 2 mixer packages, which kind of just gets into also how do you keep things flowing and prevent bad things from happening on a shoot. And the best way is having backups of stuff. So, you know, if my mixer goes down, I have another one that's ready to go. If my BDS goes down, I have another one that's ready to go. If a mic goes down, I just grab another. So then that kind of prevents lots of bad things from happening, because at least if you need to fix something, you have a backup solution prepared. So it's kind of like troubleshooting before it happens. And sometimes that's stressful because I'll work through worst case scenarios all the time. Like if I'm on a shoot, is like, what's the worst thing that could happen? And I'm always thinking through those scenarios. And then I try to have a backup plan in place so that if this happens, I'll do this. If this happens, I'll do that. So as far as equipment goes, I'll find out what you need to bring, and then I will also have backups for what to use if things don't go as planned.
I agree with all that, and I also bring all of my gear to every shoot, unless it's something that I probably won't need, like a monitor or something like that. But oftentimes what does happen is the people who are in the office hiring you aren't necessarily the same people who are going to be on the shoot. So sometimes communication, they may not be able to answer questions as accurately as it should be answered. And you do kind of have to be prepared for additional stuff to arise. But ultimately, if they requested, say, like 2 lavs, and then you show up and they are saying that they need 10 now, that's ultimately on them because they didn't properly tell you what they actually needed.
Sure.
I want to just, jump in here, and I agree with all of this. I mean, you have to pretty much bring what you have, pretty much everything, because you don't even really know what specific questions to ask until you start to get more information from the producers. And on that note, I'd like to encourage all the producers and directors, anybody, filmmakers and so forth, get the sound guy involved early. May not be a scout, but I know in the past I've kind of invited myself to a scout. Just go there, because it cuts down on the chaos, first of all, throughout, because you know what kinds of things you're up against. You can decide now, and it cuts down on the scramble on shoot day. You're not just finding out what the room is like and so forth. You can prepare things and think about it in that prep time. So please get your audio guy involved as soon as you can. These are all creative people, and we have a lot to bring to a project. It's not just pushing the buttons and set that over there. We can bring things, and we do pay attention. So use us.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
As he said, sometimes there are also shoots that have unique requirements that aren't the standard audio package that require unique specialty gear. And sometimes with shoots that have unique requirements, the producers don't always know exactly what you're going to need. So being able to have that open communication at an earlier stage helps figure out what actually is required for being able to capture what you need.
Sure, and that's like sometimes we have to educate too, which like, because they might say, well, this is what you want to do, and then we might be the ones educating and saying, well, if you want to do that, you know, this is the way that you should go about it. Just because like we do have the unique perspective of working with so many different crews and different camera people and different camera packages that we might have a unique perspective to how to do things that might be different than what a producer director's thought about.
Right. Yeah, and as Greg was saying, you know, it's very much a craft for us. You know, we are creatives, we are creative problem solvers. That being said, the gear is also a large part of our business. You know, how important is using the industry standard gear or having the proper gear? You know, is that from features? Is it from, you know, robust connections, making sure that, you know, things aren't breaking in the field? And when I say field, sometimes, you know, you're literally in a field or, you know, the jungles, or, you know, like our job takes us some very strange places sometimes. So, you know, how important is the gear that we're using, and you know, what parts of that are important to you?
I mean, obviously the gear is very important, and I would say, you know, from feature set perspectives, we're looking for things that make our jobs easier, perhaps. You know, using recorders with double backup or with limiters, nice limiters, and robust frequency scanning. You know, things that might take away some of the headache during the day and after the shoot, even for post too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think gear is super important, but also this kind of comes from my music background as well. While, you know, having the fanciest microphone in the world is great, and you should have that, it is more important. Like sound starts at the source, so you know, with a song, if you're recording a song, sound starts with the conception of the song, and then the musician who is playing the song, whether they're singing or playing on an instrument, and then it goes to the room first, and then it finally goes through a microphone. So like, while the microphone is important, there are lots of other variables that happen before it. So similar with location sound, the stuff like location is probably the first point of signal flow as far as where a sound comes from, and then the actor or interviewer. So maybe they need a drink of water. That might make them sound better than a fancy microphone, you know? And then maybe the microphone needs to be in the right spot and the room needs to be treated. All those happen before it hits the fancy microphone.
Sure.
So the gear is extremely important, but only if the other things happen first. So it's like the other things are more important. So if all you have is a $300 mic, then you can focus on these other things like how to use it properly and where to put it, how to tune the room, like control what you can control. But then if you have money, by all means, get the best stuff out there, because that's all the greatest films and stuff like that is all done with really nice equipment, and that's going to make it sound better.
And while there's definitely a sound quality difference between high-end gear versus mid-tier gear, one of the big things is quality control and longevity of it. Like, you buy a top-tier microphone, it's going to last you 40, 50, 60 years. It's not going to stop working after a couple of years, and if it does, it's serviceable.
Sure.
So being able to have stuff that is robust is very important with being able to go out on location and expect it to work as it's intended.
Brain fart. Did you have anything to add to that? Okay. Do you ever find that whoever's calling you for the job, you know, are they asking for those name brands? Have you ever, you know, like, have you ever gotten turned down for a job for not having a particular piece of gear, or is it typically your experience in your craft and stuff that finds you getting those calls?
I have gotten calls where they requested specific things, but usually that's a big red flag.
Sure. Could you speak on that at all?
Usually it's because they had someone prior who had, it's usually more of a situation where the person who is hiring you is either inexperienced or just really doesn't know what they're asking for.
Sure.
And ultimately they probably have a list of what the last person used, and they're just requesting the exact same thing.
Right. Moving a little bit onto the post world. So those of you that do some post, you know, do you find yourselves going all the way through the process, you know, working, you know, in the field on set all the way through the post? Do you find yourselves handing off, you know, files at the end of the day and that going somewhere else for post? Are you doing a lot of post for other projects that have already been recorded? What's kind of that ratio for you, and what's your, I guess, your preference of how you like to work that?
It's kind of all of those, a combination, because typically we don't decide. Someone who has favorites in different areas. Ideally, I mean, I love to have to be what I call owning the audio, meaning that I can go on location and I know what we need. We've talked to the producers, and on location, I know what I want to see in post or to hear in post. So if I can get that, great. And there are little things, even like the timing, the timing of saying something, or if you think there might be an issue, and this is a huge crew, and we need to keep the set moving, and we got to keep going, then I go through, is this enough that I can fix it? Am I confident that this will be perfect and fine once I'm finished with it? And only I can know that.
Right.
So I love to have those where I can own it. I don't mean own it, of course, in the sense that I own it, but just be responsible for it all the way through. Then it's more in my control.
Yeah, your own.
I know if we've got it. I know when I've got it, or if we don't, why not? Can we do it again because of these things? And again, as Jay and a couple of people mentioned, you want to talk to the director, make sure it's going to be worth it to them or it's something that they want to have. But all those little things, but being in charge of all of it is ideal in my world. But again, we get them all. You don't get to decide. Sometimes you're only on location. You pass the files. Thank you very much. And sometimes I just get projects sent in cyberspace for post. Everything in between.
I think there's a common conception that you can fix it in post, and like you can do things to downplay issues if there are issues, but ultimately it always introduces things like artifacts, and there's always a trade-off of what you can do and how much it's going to affect it in a negative way versus a positive way.
Yeah, and I, like Greg, I love working on post on projects I worked on, just for that same being able to control the way through, and then on set you can be quicker, because some of what I do, if I'm handing it off to who knows what, I'm covering my bases and making sure I'm doing this and that and giving them multiple options. But like if I'm doing posts on something, it might be like, all right, I'm not even lobbing them because I know the boom is my best option. I'm making that decision and I'm gonna mix it later. So you can make decisions and move faster because of that, which is great. But yes, most of what I do in post is somebody giving you something that's messed up and then I'm trying to fix it, which is, you can make it better, but like Henry said, it's like you deal with artifacts and that kind of thing, and hopefully it's an educational experience to those people that, hey, we should have got it better initially and then save time in post. Because really it's like, if you spend a little bit of extra time on production, you're gonna have to spend a lot less time in post, because it takes a lot longer. If you're just like, oh, it'll be okay, like it takes a lot longer to try to clean it up in post. And you can fix a ton of things now, but it's like, you can't fix everything.
Yeah. It's really important to have really good, clean, solid, raw audio, because we talked about this before this meeting that, like I said, we're all creative people, and to have to spend 60 or 70% of your time in post fixing things is really kind of frustrating, because there's so much more that we could bring, or save them money and not have to do all of those things just by getting it nice and clean in production. So, I'm not telling you that's our job, but that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, I always love the phrase, I'd rather you hate me now than hate me in post. Let's take the 5 minutes now and do another take, then get to post and realize that this is really going to be an issue. Sometimes there are locations or it's talent that you can't get back, and so. So anyone else in the post world, we've talked a lot on location. Is there any other points you'd like to touch on post? I don't personally do a lot of post. I dabble a little bit in it. So is there any points you'd like to speak on anymore in terms of post audio, whether that's sound design, restoration, music? Okay. Do we have any questions from anyone in the audience from anything we've talked about, whether that's principles of, basic principles of what we do, or, technical questions? Is there anything we haven't talked about that you guys would like to touch on? All right.
Wait, there's a question back there, Ryan.
Sorry. We do have a Q&A mic up here, if you wouldn't mind stepping up onto that, just so the folks on the live stream can kind of hear.
Ask us anything. Grill us.
Mic's everywhere.
So this is just a real quick question. Whenever you guys are out doing your location recordings and everything, which do you prefer? Do you prefer to operate out of your bag, or do you prefer operating on a cart?
I think that depends a lot on the job. If I don't have to be wearing a bag, that's always a plus, but for something that's more mobile and fast-paced, it's probably going to have to be bagged. Then again, where it's something like a narrative where you have a separate boom operator and mixer, you can always stay on a cart.
Yeah, I try to save my shoulders for when I really need them. So yeah, I'm happy to put my bag on a cart if I can.
Yeah.
But a lot of times you got to quickly pick it up and go. So it's just kind of being ready to do either. And yeah, sometimes too, it's like you show up for a shoot and that's trying to know what you're going to get into. Like I have a shoot coming up and one of my questions was, are we doing sit-down interviews or are we doing run and gun? Or are we doing verite? Like getting a feel for that ahead of time because that probably depends how I'll build my setup.
Good question. David Morkel.
I think this is a discussable question, but I don't know if it's an answerable question. I think post-production experience is the best prerequisite for making that call on set as to whether this is going to be usable.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't have a ton of post-production experience, what are you drawing on to make that call? Like, this is an unusable space. This is, can you expand on that a little bit?
If you think there's an issue that should be addressed, then as we've talked about, bring it up with the director. I think this might be a problem. Check it out. If you're okay with it, we'll move on. But again, no matter what your experience is before, just get it the best you can, at least. I mean, that seems simple to say, but that's the criteria.
I have a tendency to lean on the side of being overly cautious about that. I've had a couple situations just because of the high noise environments we were in where I thought takes were going to be relatively unusable. Yeah. But it's where we were, what we had to do, and in some cases things can be usable even regardless of that. And if you see the source of the sound issue, that's a lot more forgivable than not being like if you're in a backdrop space like a psych studio or something like that, and you hear a bunch of machinery, that's not going to be forgiven. But you're in a construction site and you see all that, it's much more forgivable.
Yeah, I think it's knowing when to pick your battles and relying on your experience. And, I'm also overly cautious, but you kind of have to think about, what is going to be a problem and what's not going to be a problem, and what, even if you're getting the cleanest source, is it worth bringing up, or do you keep the day moving, maybe start off making a point, and then if it gets brushed off, just, weave around and figure it out.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things to think about that as well is like, do you want to be the audio guy who has the cleanest, most perfect audio in the world, but who nobody hires because you're just super annoying and don't shoot anything? Because like if you walk away from the shoot and you didn't shoot anything, or the talent is all, flustered and can't speak, you failed. Like that, it doesn't matter how good the audio is. So part of the goal is getting the content you want. So that might mean you have to be okay with some noise. But then you still have to come down to, well, what is the point in which our video is entirely ruined, so much to the point that they'll have a bad product and I won't get hired again. And that's where you have to figure out where is that line. One a little technical trick that I read about early on that I still kind of do is knowing your monitor level. So if you're monitoring on headphones, this could be for anybody, sound person or whatever, but it's turn your volume down all the way and bring it up to the point to where it's a normal listening level. And can you still hear the noise floor or not? And it kind of gives you an idea, because if you crank your headphones up all the way, you're going to hear all the noise. But if you think about how it's going to be listened to in the end, nobody's ever going to listen to it cranked up like that. Or maybe you have to know what it is. Maybe it'll be on a jumbotron and it'll be blasting it super high decibel levels, in which case maybe pay attention to that. But for most things, it's bring that, trickle that headphone knob up just a little bit to where and then you try to see if you can hear the noise floor or not. And a lot of times you can't, and that's kind of a clear giveaway of if a noise floor thing's an issue or not. And then beyond that, I think sitting in and post, if you can't, even if you don't do post, sit in on an edit and see, and then the more projects you see the final results, you'll get a feel for it too. Because if it's oh yeah, I did that commercial spot, we were in a warehouse and it sounded horrible, but, actually the final mix was great. And then, the more of those you get to see, you'll either get positive or negative feedback on it, and then that'll further add to making those decisions and in the future.
As Jay said, knowing how it's going to be used is super helpful. Like some of the questions you can ask is where the final destination is going to be, whether it's going to have a music bed or not, things like that. So like if you have a high noise floor, having a music bed is going to help cover some of that noise that if there was no music bed would be out of control.
All right, we have one quick question
Yeah,
from Sydney.
Hi, sorry. Maybe you already mentioned this, but what are the specific things that you want to know from a producer, from someone going into the project that will help you do your job better?
I don't think that the producer necessarily has to know those things, but by giving us information that these are the things that I want to happen, you can help the producer then decide which way to do, how to do the different steps. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and like what are the specific things you need to know based on location or?
Whether it's going to be indoor, outdoor, is it sit-down interviews, how many talent, how many cameras, what they require for their post-production workflow, whether they require reference audio on camera or whether they require time code to camera. Do the producers, directors need IFBs to listen in, or just getting enough information that you know exactly what's going to be happening?
We don't like surprises, but we are prepared for them.
Just keep us in the loop on things, I think is really all it is. It's like tie us into the conversations and let us know what you're going for and just, bring us in to be part of the team.
No secrets.
No secrets. Awesome. Well, I think that about does it for us with our time. Thank you, everyone, for being willing to hop up on here, and it's been a pleasure.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Sounds good to me. Thank you, Ryan, and all the panelists here. Hey, welcome to the Ohio HD Gear Show, 2020 Gear Show again. If you're new here, welcome. We want to stay sanitary, do elbow bumps, sanitary, wash your hands, pump the hand sanitizer. Also, there's food. Help yourself. Thanks to Mi Tradicion for the food, and help yourself. It's wonderful, delectable, that's a word. Yes, and next thing we're going to be doing is Electrosonics demo at 2 p.m., so stick around. We'll be right back. See you soon.
Worked all right, right? Yeah, it worked all right.
working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little
Heart's racing.
All right, sorry.
About to be a vibe, he says.
Like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that is really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school, but like, you know.
The Bolt is a 6-axis camera robot that is very fast, very precise, and is infinitely repeatable.
Precise, repeatable motion creates opportunities in shots that you would not be able to get traditionally.
A lot of the shots that we've done can sometimes almost look like they're a virtual shot because you're not used to thinking that a physical camera can get to the places this arm can put it.
If you had a similar product that you wanted the same move on, say 150 flavors of a soda, you'd be able to do that exact same move and cut them one after the other without having to do any kind of tracking, any kind of realignment. It would be frame accurate and perfect every time. Additionally, we have the ability to add triggers and actuators that allow us to control how things interact while the camera is moving.
So we have a series of servo motors that can be controlling focus, iris zoom,
as well as external triggers such as a drink pour or an ice drop or a light bulb turning on.
When you're bringing a Bolt to the set, you're not just bringing operators of machinery. You're bringing the expertise and the commitment of the entire Ohio HD team to your set.
are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. It's your first time here. Are you
Yeah,
liking it?
Very excited to be here. Yeah, it's a
Dude,
very cool
awesome.
show.
We got a good little flow of people coming by.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, Aaron, what do you bring today to the Gear Show?
So the most recent stuff we have today, we've got the FP camera. This is a mirrorless camera using a full-frame sensor and the Leica L-mount platform. We have it currently rigged up to be used as a director's viewfinder for your main camera. So I've got an MC31, which adapts the PL mount lenses to the Leica L-mount. And then we also have a larger grip, viewfinder accessory, and a hot shoe, which gives you another quarter 20 mounting
Oh, that's
point.
cool.
So this allows you to input what your main camera model and resolution settings are, and then this camera will emulate what your main camera would be seeing through your lens. So it's a little bit more accurate than using just like an A7
Oh,
or
yeah.
using a cell phone.
No, it's awesome. Now tell me about your lenses.
Yeah, so we also have one of the more recent, the classic primes. So this is a 35. These are going to be the same optical formulas as our standard cine primes, but with reduced coatings. So you still have modern sharpness, but a little bit more of a retro rendering.
Oh, that's awesome.
So they're
That's
a little
cool.
bit lower contrast, a little bit lower saturation, and much more prone to lens flare.
Gotcha. Now, what other lenses do you guys have?
So we have the standard cine primes. We have 10 lenses between 14 millimeters on the wide side and 135 millimeters on the long side. And those are available in PL, EF, and Sony E-mount. And then we have 3 zooms, 2 of which are Super 35, an 18 to 35, and a 50 to 100. Those are T2. And a 24 to 35, which covers large format, that would be a T2.5.
Cool, man. Aaron, don't forget to try out the My Tradition food. It's really great. Also, guys, I'm going to pass it here to Anna. So thank you guys for watching.
Thank you, Elvis. Welcome back. We got a nice Lectrosonics demo with me, with John from Lectrosonics. So why don't you come on up here and give your spiel?
Okay. Do I use that microphone?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope it's been a good show to everybody here. I've been with Lectrosonics for about 30 years, and in the last few months, we've introduced several new products. The product that I wanted to talk about first is this 4-channel receiver here. Completely wideband tuning, tunes the entire UHF television spectrum. As we all know, there's been a lot of spectrum changes with wireless microphones and broadcast television and all that, right? So if you've been affected by that, we've got product that can tune the entire UHF television range, 470 to 608 megahertz, and that's what this receiver is here. So this will give you, you'll notice it's got the 4 balanced audio outputs, but it also has Dante ports on here as well. So this will do Dante audio as well as balanced audio outputs on the back here. And there's also an Ethernet connection too, and we have our software that will connect to this to do the frequency coordination. So we'll scan, do frequency coordination, deploy all those frequencies down to the receivers, and you're up and running and ready to go. So at this point, this product is shipping. This started shipping about 6 months ago. Price point is about $4,900 for the receiver itself, and transfers typically run about $1,500. So there's a belt pack and a handheld transmitter to match up to this. Infrared sync on the front, so once you've done all your frequency coordination with the software, you can put the transmitter up to the receiver and just push these individual buttons and do an instant IR sync with the transmitter and sync it up to the receiver. So it makes it real easy to do. And as you can see, it's a very compact receiver. You can do 4 channels in a half rack or 8 channels in 1 RU. RF distribution is built in, so we can cascade RF from one receiver to the other. So if you're doing, let's say, 8 channels, you can connect 2 antennas on the back here, and then 2 short coax cables will cascade the RF to the second receiver. So we call this the DSQD, or D squared, to make it simple. And this has been, with the wideband tuning and the Dante audio, this is a lot of features that people have been asking for and is readily available. So stop by the booth if you want to see a demo of this with the software and the IR sync and all that. We can certainly do that. A couple other products that we released. I'm going to set this aside here just for a second. If you're interested in IFB, so for years we've had a series of IFB equipment that has been a workhorse for a long time in local television broadcast, film and TV production, just a lot of different markets. We introduced this new IFB receiver that runs on a single rechargeable lithium battery. And the nice thing about this receiver, besides the rechargeable capability, is it's now a wideband receiver, and it will work with your older transmitters. So it's completely backward compatible with older gear, but it will now tune 75 megahertz rather than 25 megahertz. So as you can see, this powers up. It'll run 8 hours on a battery charge. Common type lithium battery, it's called an LB50. So it was used in a lot of digital point and shoot cameras, cell phones, things like that. So it's a readily available battery. It's only about $40. So it's, each receiver comes, you can buy a charging dock where this will drop in and charge 4 of these receivers in one dock. So it's got drop-in charging capability, rechargeable battery, wideband tuning, just a nice little product that a lot of people have been asking for, and it's a lot smaller. So this is actually half the size of the older R1A receiver that it's replacing. The R1A is going away. It's an older receiver, ran on a 9-volt battery. Parts are becoming obsolete, so it was time to design and come up with a more modern receiver that everybody was looking for. So small size, rechargeable battery capability, wideband tuning. And then we've also introduced a small digital recorder. So we've had other products. We had a product called the PDR, which was discontinued, and the PDR has now been replaced by this product called the MTCR. So this records it's one mono channel with a safety track, I should say. So you set the gain on here with the lav mic, and it will record 6 hours to an SD microcard running on a AAA battery. The battery will last 7 hours. It'll record 6 hours. The safety track is 18 dB below whatever you've dialed in gain-wise on the mic preamp. So if you end up with unusable audio on the main track, you've got a safety track, which is 18 dB below. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of waving this around, but this is shipping now and retails for about $700. So these three products are all fairly new from us. These we've introduced here within the last 2 days, and the DSQD was introduced about 6 months ago. So thanks for your time, and come by the booth. We can talk more about these products. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you, guys.
working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little bit.
Heart's racing.
All right, sorry.
About to be a vibe, he says.
Like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that is really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school, but like, you know.
The Bolt is a 6-axis camera robot that is very fast, very precise, and is infinitely repeatable.
Precise, repeatable motion creates opportunities in shots that you would not be able to get traditionally.
A lot of the shots that we've done can sometimes almost look like they're a virtual shot because you're not used to thinking that a physical camera can get to the places this arm can put it.
If you had a similar product that you wanted the same move on, say 150 flavors of a soda, you'd be able to do that exact same move and cut them one after the other without having to do any kind of tracking, any kind of realignment. It would be frame accurate and perfect every time. Additionally, we have the ability to add triggers and actuators that allow us to control how things interact while the camera is moving.
So we have a series of servo motors that can be controlling focus, iris zoom,
as well as external triggers such as a drink pour or an ice drop or a light bulb turning on.
When you're bringing a Bolt to the set, you're not just bringing operators of machinery. You're bringing the expertise and the commitment of the entire Ohio HD team to your set.
Welcome back to the Ohio HD 2020 Gear Show. So excited to see all you out here. If you guys haven't seen these crazy video of the Bolt, if you haven't seen this guy in action, you're going to really want to go see, check the Bolt out. Thank you again to all our vendors and sponsors for helping us out and creating this show. We're going to go over to Elvis here in a second. Elvis, are you in? Can I hear you? Hello?
Should I look this way? Hey, Anna. It looks like we're with David Jeffries now.
We are? Where? Oh.
Sorry, Dave.
Oh,
Dave.
it's definitely a David.
Hey,
It's
David.
definitely a David.
Yes, it is David. Now, David, why is the Gear Show so important?
Well, I think the Gear Show really talks to community. I think you see a great opportunity to get a lot of freelancers, a lot of people that maybe are not running in the same circles together in the same room. We have an opportunity to talk about different trends, different things that are kind of happening throughout the industry, but also within our community. And I think it really just gives an opportunity for us to all take a step back and realize that, yeah, there's a lot of people that are doing really great work here in Columbus, but also in the greater Ohio area.
No, definitely. I totally agree with that. Now, we've had an amazing interns in the past few years, right? How do interns get in our program?
Yeah, our internship program has been growing, and it's something I've become pretty proud of, and I think our staff has really become very proud of this program. First of all, you can find it on our contact form on our webpage, ohiohdvideo.com, under contact, internship application. And basically, the program has really evolved over the last few years, and it's become an opportunity to really kind of give some students some real growth opportunities in what might be a real-world environment, but kind of sheltered by the gear and the folks that have some experience kind of doing it. So with this program, what we're really able to do is kind of be able to give students an opportunity to use the professional grade tools and use the knowledge and skill set of those working in the industry to create some really neat kind of videos for themselves and for us. So we get a lot of our gear videos. And in that roll-in that we've been seeing kind of on the screen and in the stream, we see a little interview session where those guys kind of put that together in 2019, and that was super awesome.
No, that's pretty cool.
So with the internship program, what we try to do, though, is we try to give them a real sense of what it might be in the industry. So we say, here's a made-up budget of Ohio HD bucks. You've got to stay within that. This is what real labor costs are. This is what gear costs are. And this is what it's going to cost to actually produce a piece. So that way when they go out to the real world and have to actually start creating these pieces, we start protecting labor rates and we protect gear rates and we give real project numbers to our clients.
Now, we had an amazing bunch of interns this last year.
Yeah, we did.
Right. What would you like to say to them?
Well, you guys could have worked a lot harder, especially that Anna.
Anna?
She
can't believe she was an intern. I don't know how she got in.
I don't know.
There must have been like little cracks, right?
Someone got through the holes. You can't win them all.
No, definitely.
But to answer your question seriously, I think that anyone that comes here, whether that be an intern or one of our customers, or even any of the folks that are kind of just coming in for the gear show, I think that it is so important to just recognize that community mentality of folks. I think it's really important to identify that at the end of the day, we are all in a very kind of small community, and being able to maintain trends and maintain a certain level of standard production across the board is really important.
So going back to the community, besides the gear show, what else do we do, David?
So that's a great question. So a lot of times people just think of us as the rental house. And yeah, and to a certain extent we are. We do a lot of just kind of transactional work. But what we always really want to be able to tell people is, hey, come on by. There's a great amount of knowledge that's here within our group, but there's also a great amount of gear where you could just take some time and pull some stuff out. We could have some stuff pulled off the shelf for you, play with it, understand it. Maybe you don't understand full frame versus Super 35 versus 16 mil. This is a great opportunity to put some cameras up and just look at that. Look at the differences in images. Do some lens comparisons. Do some light comparisons. Talk to us about some of your projects. Even if you're not necessarily utilizing us in terms of a rental operation or some crewing, even if you have the opportunity to just kind of say, hey, I've got this idea for a project. I have no idea how to execute. Do you have any suggestions? We'd love to have the conversation with you.
Definitely.
So, community is more than just this show, and it's more than just maybe going out for some drinks with some of the freelancers or some of the other production houses. It's really about having that continued conversation about what can we do to better your production. And then one step further, we want to be a part of your life. We want to know when you have a new kid. We want to know when you have a milestone birthday or a milestone career change or any of those kind of things.
Definitely, definitely. David, we have a great community, right?
We do.
I love the people that we work with
Yeah.
and the people that surround us.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
That Elvis guy.
Oh my Lord, Dave. I'm just kidding, David. But listen, again, I want to give a quick shout out to our interns, right? Because
Yeah.
a lot of the interns are also helping us out today.
Yep.
And honestly, thank you guys for helping us out and
Absolutely.
giving us a hand because it was needed.
Yep.
We do a lot and we try to do it.
And on one step further, I'd also like to shout out to the other vendors that are here. Thank you so much for coming every year, coming back and coming to support us by putting up a booth. I also want to thank the Ohio HD staff. I'd like to thank them for having the opportunity of putting up with the show. This is hours on hours on hours outside of our normal work week to kind of put this together for folks, and I do really appreciate it.
No, it's really awesome. So what's new for Ohio HD?
So there are a few things that are new. Number one that's new, obviously, there's a building out back.
Oh, definitely.
And at some point, we'll get Mr. Handel to kind of talk about it a little bit. But essentially, we're building some new real estate out there. We are going to move some of our rental tenants out there so we can expand our rental inventory space within our current building and build Studio B. So that should be a fun little thing. We also have some fun announcements for the Bolt. So last year at this time during the Gear Show, we announced that we were getting the Bolt, and it's here back in our back bay. This year we are announcing that we are getting track for the Bolt. So we'll have
I can't wait for the track.
just shy of 40 feet of track that will run at about 5 meters a second on that track. So
We'll have a flying Bolt.
it's going to go fast. Don't get in its way.
No,
So,
but I want to say thank you to everyone. Also, muchas gracias. And here you go, Ana. I think they're still watching us.
Are they still watching us?
No. They're like, because we're like halfway. They're like, yo, talk Spanish, translate Spanish. Like, I was like, what?
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Gear Show. Having a great time? Because I am. I sure am. Check out the food. Bolt. Killing it. Doing great. And welcome back, everyone. We're about to start into our next demonstration with Sony. We got Curtis and I forget the other guy's name, I'm not gonna lie. But come on up and give you on your demonstration.
Hello, hello. Thank you again for having us here, Ohio HD, for all of you attending and everybody online as well. Thank you for making this happen. Additionally, thank you to the additional sponsors that made this event happen. I would like to introduce you to some of our cinema products, but also have a great conversation with a field professional that will review some of the day-to-day life of a set and production. But to recap real quick, I'd like to do an introduction using slides. Let me see if I could get a verification of where those slides are presenting from. Do we have those slides available? So if we do not have the slides, okay, excellent, there we go. So I'm with our cinema team, Sony cinema team. Obviously there are two cameras that you recognize right there from the beginning. One of the things I'd like to recap from our team is that this is not Sony's first entrance into cinema. We have been in cinema through using things like the F900 from the very early days of 24p in digital cinema with Lucasfilms and Star Wars. Right around 2010, we ended up giving a great opportunity to have Super 35 sensor system with PL mount into a very economical entry point camera with the F3. That really, again, changed the market. And as you can see through these slides here, we've had a number of commitments all through the years, most recently with sort of the F55 and then becoming the FS and the FX series included with the Alpha line. This has basically served the entire cross-section of cinematographers and production styles across all of this. And along the bottom, you also see that we've had many projects like iRobot and Lucy and all these different things over time. So when we were designing a new sensor, when we were designing a new camera, we wanted several pillars of that camera basically to be identified. We wanted to achieve the shallow depth of field look that people desired. We want to also recognize the ability for anamorphic looks that were so becoming so popular and now here today. And additionally, we want to make sure that we had a high resolution camera format. So our decision was to go into the future with full frame sensors. And it's not just our evaluation that says that full frame is really the future format for cameras. Here are two quotes from executives at Panavision basically saying that this is the de facto format for filmmakers going forward. Still allowing the ability to shoot Super 35, but have the ability to also shoot in full frame optics. So in our world, the first camera that we offered from that was the Venice camera. And while it has been released for a certain amount of time now, you are starting to see major feature films coming out using this camera now. So for example, Sundance Film Festival, we're now over a dozen projects that used our camera on the releases of the feature films there. That number, by the way, was a fraction of that in 2018 Sundance. So Sundance, as a barometer for what people are shooting with, has a major change for us over these years. You also see two #1 box office films, Bad Boy for Life and Downtown Abbey, both acquired with the Sony Venice camera. And that's not the only major feature film that has been released recently. Here's a quick clip of a film that I'd like to share with you.
Maverick to range control, stand by. All right, 3, 2, 1.
After 34 years, Tom Cruise returns as Maverick. This is a competition film about family, friendship, and sacrifice. It's a love letter to aviation. We're going to show you what it's really like to be a Top Gun pilot.
You just can't create this kind of experience unless you shoot it live. In order for us to accomplish this, we have the greatest fighter pilots in the world working with us.
We're working with a brand new camera system that allows us to put 6 IMAX quality cameras inside the cockpit with the actors.
Verify cameras are on. Check cameras on. There you go.
It's amazing what we see in the cockpit and what an audience is going to experience.
Just a little higher. That's perfect. Great camera position.
Thanks to Tom, all the actors are becoming accustomed to the G-forces by all the training that they're doing.
It is aggressive. You can't act that. The distortion in the face. They're pulling 7.5 HEs. That's 1,600 pounds of force. I am so proud of them and what they've done. And it is heavy duty.
Well, as Tom said, that's heavy duty. That really was an amazing trailer to be able to see all our new technologies using the Sony Venice camera. As I go to the next slide, we'll just notice, just waiting for the next slide to cooperate. Well, one of the technologies that was used in that camera was the Rialto system. That is our most recent release of allowing the sensor of the Venice camera to be placed into a cavity that then will go up to 18 feet away from its actual camera body, allowing for versatility like shots like that. Additionally, this year, we also introduced an additional camera that now has dual ISO. Our first ISO camera, of course, was the Venice. We now have a new system with the FX9, a fantastic new lightweight full-frame camera that's able to get 15 stops of latitude and a tremendous amount of versatility. So with all these products, we know that we have an opportunity to basically serve multiple types of genres of filmmaking. Today, we actually have a guest from the high-level feature film world of cinematography. Our guest is a DIT. He recently came off of 2 projects with the Sony Venice, as well as on the manufacturers being used at times. Please welcome Curtis Abbott. Thank you again.
Yep.
So some of you may have recognized Curtis from a few minutes ago when there was an additional session on data management. We certainly will dive into that as we need to, but again, thank you for being here.
Sure.
So I guess as we say the acronym DIT, a lot of things that we become very used to, we just quickly say off and we say DIT. What is DIT? What does it stand for and what role does it play on a set?
Right, so the term digital imaging technician gets misused a lot. A lot of people think that a DIT just handles data, that somebody gives them cards and they download them and that's all they do. But in my level of work on feature films, the DIT is basically the right-hand man to, or woman to, the DP. And it's my job to do, to make sure that all the image information that the DP intends to be captured makes its way all the way to post. So if we make an adjustment, that needs to show up on set as well as in post so that when they go into editorial, his intent is seen by the editors and by producers and everyone over that course. So at the beginning of a show, it's very labor intensive for me because I'm setting up the show and making sure that we get all our ducks in a row with my cart on set and the dailies lab as well as the post-production facility, and making sure that all my information makes its way to post and is seen identical. And if that ever is an issue, then that's a big issue for me, because what we're seeing on set, the monitors that I'm allowing the DP to look at need to look exactly like they see in post, so that if for any reason we see what we see on set and just know that everything that we're doing is correct.
So I love that as we describe what the role is, we immediately say what some of the challenges and occasional frustrations are, right? You said that there could be an issue at times as well. So it's preparing for those issues because they do come up. But now, so this would be a role that certain individuals identify this is what they want to do on a crew set, right? What was your personal role to finding DIT as the position that you wanted to serve on a set?
With many people in this industry, I feel like I kind of just showed up and saw this thing. Basically, I graduated college right when the Red One came out, and I took it over for a post house and became their guy, and then I eventually became the town's guy, the guy known in the city to manage that camera. And then the Alexa came out, and then on and on. You know, it just kind of, the industry kind of grabbed me and just took me, basically, is the best way I can describe it.
That's fantastic. So if you're looking for your path, just stay busy, work with people, and it's a really great way to get into whatever aspect of the industry you want to be. When we first met, it was a pilot for a little show that continued now to almost, I think, 8 seasons, Blacklist. We first met on Blacklist. On that camera, on that project was the camera of the F-55. Do you recall some of the things that you ran into when you were designing workflow and making a plan for what was one of the first 4K acquired projects for episodic?
It was very tricky because we were the first project to use that camera. There was one other project, I think, in LA at the time, and I actually got connected with the DIT on that, so we were able to tackle our problems together. And I believe I think we did do dual record on that show, because we did shoot RAW, but then as a backup, I think we did dual record S by S internal of the camera. But for the most part, everything was pretty great.
So the environment for dual recording, typical environment for DIT or for on a set, there's the recording of the raw media, and then there's the creation of dailies from that raw media and various elements that are created from those pieces. So how common is it actually to record a secondary in-camera recording that then also goes through a process? Or is it usually done as a post-production color path?
It depends on the needs of the production. They're all different, obviously, but for instance, on one project, I was also doing the dailies on set because we were on location. So I actually recorded, I did dual recording, and I was able to process the dailies much quicker by using the internal dual recording, and then later they would use the RAW to finish the project.
So you described that in the job title of DIT, that it's a relationship with a DP. It's truly a trust, it sounds like, and it's so when you're doing is there an interview process that you typically have in order to, or is this an existing relationship you tend to? How do you end up building a relationship with a cinematographer?
It depends. A lot of it's word of mouth. Other DITs, when they're coming to town, they may ask, but it seems like anytime a lot of times I've worked with DPs, and they'll actually bring me on to their next project, even if it's traveling. So, for instance, I did a show that'll be out later this year, next year, called Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. It'll be on Netflix. And the DP on that was shot on Venice. The DP on that liked me, and they needed to do reshoots for a show that was shot in Boston, and he took me, it was like the following week, so I just threw all my gear into a car and drove up to Boston to do the reshoots for Spencer Confidential, which is out now on Netflix.
And what was the shooting style for that? I think we all know the project as an action film, but what were some of the, were they long days, but more so, what was the shooting style that they allowed for the camera department and everything?
Yeah, something new working with that director that I'd really never experienced is we would set up a scene, and we would roll the camera, and we would not cut until the scene was complete. Usually you have multiple setups for different, wide, a tight, whatever. So we would do a wide, and then he would just yell out to the camera assistants or camera operators to move around, get the different shots, and we would roll for 20, 30, 40 minutes, and we would complete the scene. And you can do that with the Venice, since you can roll for basically an hour. Because we were shooting 6K 17:9.
Okay, so the data management of that, or just the record times, were 6K, 17:9, and we have the ability in that camera to work, in the Venice camera, to work in XOCN, which is a data level compression.
Yeah, and Spencer Confidential was shot XOCN ST, because at the time of the first the first part of that show was shot, that was the highest resolution you could shoot. ST was the only option in whatever firmware they were in. But then Ma Rainey, we did XT. But then when we went back to do the reshoots for Spencer Confidential, we stuck with ST just because that's what the rest of the show was.
And remind us, so as an image technician, you get to review workflows, but why is raw shooting or XOCN so important? And what are some of the comparisons between shooting traditional raw and more of this data level compressed raw that is XOCN?
It's nice to be able to shoot raw and basically allow your DP to have the confidence in post that they can go and change anything that they may need with raw.
Got it. So it's moderate. It's done that way. Well, one of the things I would like to know as a group here, anybody that's looking to start into the DIT world, they have to have some tools, right? There are some things that are just required for it. What would you say some of the key components in your kit, in your cart are? What would be some of the things that you need as a DIT to start?
Well, the main component would be a monitor, and then a LUT box to be able to manipulate the image live. Some cameras, most of the newer cameras, you can manipulate directly on camera if you need to, but those are the basics of anything. Is a monitor that you trust, that is calibrated, that you know is accurate, be it if you get it calibrated by the manufacturer or if you have it calibrated by the post house at the beginning of the project, and then the LUT box and a computer of some sort, laptop or tower or whatever, that has software to manipulate CDLs and be able to save those and send those off. But those are the three key components that you need. We don't necessarily deal with all the data, so it doesn't need to be a massive computer to do that. That's usually handled, in my opinion, it should be handled offset, which is a little more of a controlled environment in like a camera truck or something that always has power, and they can manage those, 4 to 8 terabytes a day, easily.
Got it. And typically a DIT has these tools as their ownership, so hiring a DIT would be through that environment where you get them and their calibrated equipment, whether it's through a partner company like a post house calibrating, or if it's actually, whatever it is, it's as a service. So in a production environment that we just said, like a feature film, using something like, in this case, the Venice camera, how do they identify that they need a DIT? We're in an environment with a mixture here with corporate work, industrial, broadcast here in this particular crowd that we're with, in addition to feature. What's one of the identifiers that you are going to need somebody to be managing your images across the day?
Sure. So in the commercial workflow, I haven't done it in a couple years, but when I was originally doing commercial workflows, they would hire me a lot of times because we were traveling around, flying to wherever, and I would have in a Pelican case my Mac Pro, and I could download all the footage, convert it to whatever editorial specs they needed, and basically hand them a drive, and they could start editing instantly. And I always tried to make sure that with my workflow, I set everything up so I can be as fast as possible. And when somebody hands me a card, I can download it, back it up, and have dailies ready for them within an hour or two.
So it builds in, and when you need to be confident about your project, when you have a quick turnaround with a predictable output.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really excellent. Well, again, I appreciate you spending the time here. I encourage everybody that did not get all the time that we want to put onto this panel to find us outside of the panel as well. Curtis Abbott, appreciate it very much. The additional team here from Sony is Tom Cubby, and we have several products in our booth, including the FX9, the Venice, and its recent Rialto. I thank you all for your time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Curtis.
Yes, thank you, Sony. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Paul. We're about to go to break again, and in the meantime, keep coming in. And at 3, we're going to have a cool panel about distribution trends. So if you're a social media guy, you're a YouTube guy, you just want to get your content out there and need some monetization, hey, this panel will be great to tune in on. So come back, and we'll see you soon.
Working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little bit.
Heart's racing.
All right, sorry.
About to be a vibe, he says.
Like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that is really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, those sort of, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school, but like, you know.
Bolt is a 6-axis camera robot that is very fast, very precise, and is infinitely repeatable.
Precise repeatable motion creates opportunities in shots that you would not be able to get traditionally.
A lot of the shots that we've done can sometimes almost look like they're a virtual shot because you're not used to thinking that a physical camera can get to the places this arm can put it.
If you had a similar product that you wanted the same move on, say 150 flavors of a soda, you'd be able to do that exact same move and cut them one after the other without having to do any kind of tracking, any kind of realignment. It would be frame accurate and perfect every time. Additionally, we have the ability to add triggers and actuators that allow us to control how things interact while the camera is moving.
So we have a series of servo motors that can be controlling focus, iris zoom,
as well as external triggers such as a drink pour or an ice drop or a light bulb turning on.
When you're bringing a Bolt to the set, you're not just bringing operators of machinery. You're bringing the expertise and the commitment of the entire Ohio HD team to your set.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2020 Gear Show. Here we're starting our panel on distribution channel trends. A little bit inside of, where you want to put your content, how you want to get it out there. We're going to start off with Phil. Take it away, Phil.
Hi, everybody. Okay, I'm holding it close enough. Nice to see you all here today. So our panel is about emerging distribution channels. And so part of that conversation will be about looking at traditional distribution channels, how they're changing and merging and diverging into new platforms. We have with us today Mike Edwards of the Five Stones Group.
Hello.
Jeremy Hughes with Elevate Pictures. Mark Pasternak with Mark Pasternak. Coyote Peterson. Enough said. And Chase Gilroy. So I thought what we first would do is ask everyone to introduce themselves and kind of give us a sense of what distribution channels they use most prominently and kind of go from there.
Well, my name is Mike Edwards. I'm the owner of the Five Stones Group here in Columbus. We started our firm in 2002, so we're celebrating our 18th year. We primarily distribute our content. Half of our company is corporate work that we do. mostly for agencies in New York. And then the other half is we do documentaries for television. So our distribution channels have been primarily through to television, PBS, and 2 of our docs have been on Netflix and Amazon. So that's kind of where we play.
Is this working? Yes, it is. I am Jeremy Hughes, a founding partner at Elevate Pictures. We are a transmedia storytelling company, so meaning like we're creating properties that touch multiple platforms, places, everything from feature films to event productions to we've got a publishing arm. So there's it's a new opportunity with like just how many different touch points there are today, where we're able to tell stories in very complicated ways that are a lot of fun.
Man, that's awesome. I love that. That's a great intro. I'm Mark Pasternak. I'm a filmmaker. I've done a little bit of everything over the last 10 years. I had an agency, but mainly I work with brands telling their stories, and about half that work is external. So mainly my clients push things out via YouTube, and then the other half is internal. So intranets kind of started out, and then now it's like Workplace by Facebook. It's any of those internal communication tools. So that's been a really unique learning experience because you don't really see that from the public eye, but from a big corporation standpoint, that's like their large internal distribution network.
I'm Coyote Peterson. My brand, Brave Wilderness, produces content through YouTube and television for Animal Planet. We focus in on getting people up close with animals, adventure, promoting education, conservation. We're sort of the animal guys in the digital space, I guess you would say, and now in the TV space as well.
I'm Chase Gilroy. I don't have a team or a big company. I'm a sole proprietor of my own media entity on YouTube and social media. So my distribution channels are YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Snapchat, but I don't usually use Snapchat. But yeah, that's mine. Yeah.
Very good. Thanks, everyone. So maybe we should start by talking about traditional distribution channels ranging from theatrical television, online YouTube, et cetera. How you see those, which ones are still successful in terms of content creators maximizing revenue of their own and also maximizing impact for their clients or partners? Anyone?
I'll go first. Nobody wants to jump at it. I'm at a very interesting crux right now, I think, in entertainment because we've had an incredible amount of success in the YouTube space, which is, raise your hands, who out there watches YouTube? A lot of you, pretty much everybody. How many of you have conventional cable television still? Like, not many, right? So why would we dabble into an area that is conventional television to produce, content for a network like Animal Planet? Well, it's a great question. I mean, for us, it was more about the legacy and the nostalgia of growing up on the Steve Irwins and the Jeff Corwins and getting to be a part of that Animal Planet family. But now that I'm on the inside of what all of that is and I'm creating content within that world, you can see the shifts that are happening. But what's really positive for us is that a network like Animal Planet is starting to now look in the direction of what are the streaming services we can get involved in. So Hulu or YouTube TV, even creating their own streaming distribution networks. I would say that for any television network out there, if they're not thinking about how they're going to start streaming their content, they are like a mammoth slowly sinking down into the tar pits at this point.
I mean, I think that's a good point. What we're seeing a lot of is like the different television networks are still putting stuff out, building, ad packages around them and using that as a windowed, as a windowing model. So they're actually like holding on to series a little bit longer at the same time, where they would cut something just a few years ago, like 8 episodes in, the show's gone. They're now looking as like, okay, can we make this run for what might be an 8-episode order, but for 3 seasons? Knowing like it could catch on with like the different streamers and that they're doing licensing deals with like whether it's a Netflix or a Hulu or the other dozen that are opening up this year.
Yeah, we just did, with PBS, we just did something where we had had a doc that we ran on the traditional channels, but then they wanted to do a separate OTT deal with us. So we were able to take some of our additional content that we never made the broadcast version, and we were able to repurpose that and deliver it on their OTT platforms, which was able to, for us as the content creators, was able to help us maximize the return on the investment, additional revenue streams. So it is very interesting. So that's a way that we were able to diversify a little bit.
Well, I think one of the things that we're starting to see, or at least I'm witness to, is it becoming more and more difficult for, I'll just keep calling them conventional cable television networks, to be able to greenlight projects with the risk of getting people to tune in, right? So all of these shows are driven by the ad dollars that exist around the commercials. Who wants to sit through commercials these days? I mean, even on YouTube, everybody clicks as fast as they can, even though it says skip in 5 seconds and you're still tapping it. Like, maybe it'll skip faster. That's not. Nobody has the patience for commercials these days. So for conventional television, it's becoming harder and harder to fill that ad space with valuable ads, let alone to build shows that they think people will grab onto and watch through a commercial break, versus Netflix or Amazon Prime or Hulu or any of these services that create content where you no longer have to have a break in the flow of action and story narrative.
And those advertising dollars are being kind of built into the content now, we see, right? And that content creators themselves are becoming brand ambassadors for certain products, obviously for some compensation, but everyone wants to skip that ad. But when you build it into the content, you kind of have to watch it, you know? Yeah.
That's great. So, Mike, you mentioned the term OTT, and we have some other terms that not everybody might be familiar with. We have TVOD, SVOD, AVOD. Can you guys kind of give our folks a definition of OTT and some of these other terms?
I mean, in a 30,000-foot view, OTT is, PBS has their main channels that they distribute on, but they have their own individual digital, it's basically an app that you basically subscribe to, that you are able to then receive additional content, and they're able to then target that content to different audiences. They're able to, you know, in a way, prove more metrics on their side, which they're interested in. So OTT stands for over the top, which means you're going over the top of a traditional distribution channel. You're creating an additional channel up here that you can do with whatever you want. And so we just did a deal with them that we are distributing, you know, an additional stream of content with one of the docs that we just finished. So it was a little bit of a learning curve for me. It was the first engagement that I had really had with a major network on that, but it's fascinating, and the opportunity there is just going to continue to grow.
Would anyone like to tackle TVOD, SVOD, AVOD?
Yes.
Go for it.
TVOD.
I don't know much about it.
What is this stuff? I don't.
You're going to buy, you know, you're on iTunes and you're buying the title or you're renting it. SVOD is your Netflix, your subscription, right? There's no advertising in there. There's the mixed model, which like Hulu has, where you can get limited ads, so it's a mix between a TVOD and AVOD. AVOD's ad-based.
Very good.
Yeah, I guess what I meant was I knew what it was. I mean, I can't speak on it fluidly because I don't participate in it. So. But thanks for that definition for everybody that didn't know. It's good.
I didn't know,
They should have
so I'm
a cheat sheet on that, you know.
Yes, exactly. Very good. So we talked a little bit about traditional channels. What do you see as emerging technologies or platforms or channels that are coming in to compete with some of the existing platforms that people have used traditionally to monetize their content or to try to get more visibility and create more impact for clients and partners?
I think live content has become the front runner for distribution moving forward. I think pre-recorded content like YouTube videos or Facebook videos, they'll always have a home, but live content like on Twitch, playing video games in front of an audience has started to make some of the biggest earners in our space. everybody knows who Ninja is, right? Yeah, so Ninja plays Fortnite and makes a couple $1 million a year doing that. And then you show ads based on his content and brand deals. I mean, this guy's killing it. Not only that, but IRL streams. So people are doing just regular day-in-the-life type stuff on Twitch and earning a living. Obviously, people are engaged with that type of content, so it makes sense to put some attention in that arena.
I would say the other thing to keep an eye on is Quibi, the new service that Jeffrey Katzenberg will be launching. I know a lot of people look at YouTube content creators and they're like, man, how did you do that? How did you make a success in the space of YouTube? And the YouTube comes in waves, right? Every year there's a new popular YouTuber that will rise to the ranks of trending playlists and whatnot. The same way the Ninja is very popular right now with Twitch and whatnot. There'll be something completely different next year. I'm drawing a blank on the girl's name who had a #1 trending video. She's popular on TikTok. Charlie D'Amelio or whatever her name is, right? TikTok. Remember. My 11-year-old daughter's like, oh, Dad, do you know who she is? Are you ever going to make a video with her? I was like, I mean, probably not, because I don't really do anything on TikTok. What I'm getting at is that for everybody out there that wants to be a content creator, that wants to make a hit YouTube video, what's interesting about Quibi is that this is a service that's going to be paying content creators to make content. And for anybody that knows the YouTube game, so to speak, it's a very up and down cycle depending on the time of year, depending how popular a video gets, and whether or not that can keep your business, if you've created a business around YouTube, moving forward. So we look at something like Quibi and we say to ourselves, man, well, that's very, very enticing. If we can convince a network like Quibi to provide us X number of dollars from a business standpoint to go out and produce that content, it's a much safer play than producing content in advance, which is what we do. So we fund all of our content before it's ever put on YouTube, and then you have to hope that that content does good and then makes you back that revenue in return. But with something like Quibi, that could be a very interesting future that comes out and competes with the Netflix and the Amazons, because not only is the content creator being paid to make that content, but it's also shorter form. So that whole concept of
Can I get a link? Can I get a link to that?
A link to what?
Quibi. Let's go.
Yeah, I know, right? So people, the attention deficit disorder, I think, is a huge problem that a lot of us, this age, younger, everything people are experiencing. So you go back to conventional television, you want to sit in front of a TV for an hour and sit through commercials? Probably not. Like, you want to get your information as fast as you possibly can. So I look at Quibi as being what may be a very interesting world in the next few years here.
I have a question for you guys. Talk about the algorithm fight. So you're constantly fighting the algorithms on YouTube, Facebook, right? Like
It's
any
terrible.
of these platforms. So it's not even like how you're feeding your audience, it's how the algorithm's like deciding to feed it.
Yeah,
for
and
you, right?
it's the hardest part of the algorithm is once you think you figured it out, it changes again. So like you can spend so much time modifying a certain video type and changing your content to fit the algorithm, and then it just changes again. It is a fight. It's a terrible fight.
It's a frustrating fight.
It's a frustrating fight. I always liken it to swimming upstream, but the current just keeps getting stronger and stronger, right? And it's just there's no feedback from the top to give us any kind of like inclination of here's where our algorithm is heading, and this is the type of content that we think will do well on the platform. There's none of that. They don't want you to know that because they want to be in control of what's being fed to you or the massive audience.
Well, the interesting thing about the algorithm, too, is there's an algorithm to everything, right? It can be YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and they're all constantly shifting it because they want to keep people on their toes. The idea is bring in new content creators that are eager and hungry. Jose, you're a great example. Backstage here, you were talking to me about, oh, you want to launch a YouTube channel about landscaping. And I'm like, man, immediately I was like, I don't know of any like good like landscaping educational channels out there on YouTube. But what's exciting about that is that's motivation. Because somebody hasn't done it yet means you could be the first one to make it to that market, right? Yeah. Now, whether or not you'll hit the right algorithm wave to ride that to some sort of success for your business, I can't tell you if that's going to happen or not. You've got to be consistent. But that's what makes something like YouTube exciting, is that you never know what's going to happen next. The frustrating level is that it's constantly shifting. But if you can learn and recognize those algorithm shifts, you can then alter your business to basically ebb and flow with how it shifts.
Yeah, even though it is stressful and it's frustrating, it is important as a creator to you don't want to get stagnant. You know what I mean? Like, let's say, how fun would it be if you just start into something and you head down that direction and it's always good to you, right? There's never a reason to change your style or do something different, right? So that may be the positive side. To the algorithm changing is that you're kind of forced to come up with something different.
That's really great. Let's change gears a little bit. We have some folks on the panel who have experience in working with corporate clients or commercial clients to tell their stories through branding and advertising. Can you talk about your experience with working with those clients and talking about strategy for their content and how they tell their story so that they are set up for success through multiple platforms, because this word repurposing is all over the place from marketing and advertising and branding, but also in terms of public relations. Can anyone speak about that? Mark?
Yeah, I'll take that one. You know, I look at it like a two-pronged approach. Is like you have to have a long-term vision with the client, because like this is a big selling point when I go and close a big brand contract. Is it's not just I'm not just a videographer or a camera guy, but I'm a strategist, and that's what they want. They want somebody who's able to look at the landscape and be like, hey, this is what I suggest that we do today, but big picture-wise, how are what we're doing today going to affect next month? And similar to like what you guys were talking about, but with brands, when brands are trying to put content out consistently on a channel, I think they struggle a lot because they're not content creators, and so it's not easy. Okay, I'm in my office and I can make a quick video and I'm going to put out a video a day. You know, they're spending more time. Things just move slower in the corporate world, and so those trends that you're talking about, as soon as they sign off on, well, yeah, let's do that one, it's like it's a month and a half later, and that trend is gone.
Yeah.
That algorithm is gone, and so at least like I take the approach of, where do they want to go? Like, at the end of the day, what's the impact that they want to create? And then how can we utilize the shoots that we're going to do, say we go shoot next week, how can we capture as much content as possible in that shoot so that 2 months down the line, if something becomes relevant, we still have their SVP of marketing, or we have their CEO talking about this thing. We have a whole library of unedited content that we can pull from. So then that way they can be a bit more at the ready without always having to hire a crew. Or like, that way they can move a little bit quicker with the changes, especially on social media.
Mike, Jeremy, anything?
I don't really have anything on that.
I mean, we work a lot with brands as well, and one of the things that we're always looking for though is like, how can we use those brands to bring them into the entertainment space? Probably the best example that we've got right now is like we work with Justice, that's here in town, the tween clothing brand, and we saw an opportunity with them. They had a profile that is like, girls like that brand between the ages of 8 and 10, as much, second to Disney. So, but they're not making any entertainment at that point. So we started to look at it as like, why don't we set up an entertainment studio with you guys? Look at like how we're starting to take projects, put them together, and take them out into the world. So to date, we've done a documentary that's gone out there. We've got a graphic novel series. Within 18 months, like we've moved about 250,000, books there, which, if it was outside of the Justice stores and the regular channels, which it is now, which is super cool. It's like in Barnes & Noble and Amazon, and it would be a bestseller in that category. And then we've also got a live awards show and platform that we've put together. So like with that, like it's honoring girls that are doing amazing things in their communities, like they're having an impact. And then so we've got a series of summits and digital curriculum, and it's been a really cool thing where, take something like that typically everybody, in Hollywood would say like, hey, we need paid to be a part of this. Instead, like, we're putting something out there that's actually having an impact in the world. And then we're also getting the entertainment side of, you know, Hollywood coming in saying like, yeah, we'll be a part of it. We want to be, you know, help push this forward, and can we bring other nonprofits in to be a part of it? And I think that's, you know, like in terms of like shifting distribution models, I know everybody out there probably is like working with a brand or whatnot. Like, how do you look at that today through the lens of like, how do I tell a story? They're all getting closed out of like their traditional channels, and that, you know, there's an opportunity to bring them along for the ride, which if you're creating something special and it gets up there, you know, they're attached to it. They've brought it along. Like you can look at a number of different companies that are doing really well with it. We did something with Tribeca and Bulgari last year. That was, you know, very cool, just about different women that are doing amazing things and in their different collective spaces. This one was about the first girl that sold something, you know, the first seven-figure VR project at Sundance. And, you know, I think another, but then if you start to take it down to the micro level, like we've got a number of smaller little brands that we've been working on, you know, we've partnered with, we've actually taken ownership over these things. And we've been, you know, building those up, these small little media brands, and working with the creators together. And they're not, you know, it's nowhere close to Coyotes following or anything, but it's enough that's driving significant revenue across the board. Like we've got full e-commerce platforms stood up and that. I think it's, you know, as far as a filmmaker, starting to think like on your toes with like, how do you diversify and how do you get into other different types of medium is a really good time right now.
Man, I love that. Can I ask you a follow-up? Can I take your job?
Do it. Go for it.
So when you go to pitch somebody like a documentary idea, right, that doesn't have its own network, where are they going to monetize that documentary?
You could look at it as like, so there's another brand that we're talking to right now about exactly something like that. And there's a, you know, they're a mixed platform. There's a AVOD, TVOD platform that's out there. So we originally they had a scope of work, which was like very much just going to be inside their channels and that. And we're looking at it and we're like, well, you guys, how can we help you take this and the budget that you've got and figure out like how other brands could come, complementary brands could come like wrap around this, and we'll take it out and we'll pitch it. And they got really excited about it. So that's out like in the cycles right now.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's super creative.
Very good. In terms of the practical side of production, developing and producing content, people are always, obviously we're all focused on revenue and trying to really look at the bottom line and keep expenses as low as possible. In terms of production value, I think a lot of people are creating content that is sometimes on the very high end of the production value scale, and sometimes when you're doing sort of on the fly work or work where you have to be more nimble, how has the changing landscape of platforms and channels, the constantly changing and evolving landscape, affected how you approach a project? How do you budget? How do you look at your production process, staffing, what technology you'll use?
I think like what's the lifetime value of the video is the first place that I'll look, or I'll talk with my clients about. Is like, is this video gonna be more or less what they like to call evergreen? They want every video to be evergreen, even though it won't be. But you know, there are some more stable pieces. So like when I approach a brand and work with a brand, it's like there are some videos that we're gonna spend a lot more time and a lot more money on, because they're gonna either be seen by more people or more prominent people inside of that company are in that video. Or we create videos that are just a bit more one-off, like this one, say, lower level employee will be in it, and who knows how long that employee is gonna be at the company. So as soon as they leave, that video is obsolete. So in my world, it's like kind of the importance of who's in the video, and then where is it gonna go, and how long is it gonna have a shelf life for?
I kind of second that notion. I'm also a very big proponent on story is king, right? There's a ton of incredible technology here today in this room, but with the kind of content we produce, and I was talking with some people behind stage, about this earlier about the GoPro Hero 8, right? Is the 8 different than the 7? Why should I get an 8 versus a 7? We're growing so quickly with technology, and it doesn't matter which camera is necessarily better than another one. It's, do you have a good story that people are going to be interested in listening to? You use the term evergreen content, right? Evergreen is what everybody's always hoping to be able to achieve. Evergreen being defined in two different ways. Evergreen like a pine tree in that it makes money technically forever, right? If you're creating something in the YouTube realm, but evergreen in that does it have a value for people to watch it next week as compared to today or a year from now. So again, it all boils down to the story, whether you're filming a documentary on a GoPro or your iPhone, or you're using a $25,000 camera to do it. If you don't have a good story, what difference does it make? So I think for anybody that's aspiring to be a creator, it's really about coming up with that story first, and then no matter what the means are that you have to produce that story, just go for it. I mean, there's so many amazing distribution networks today. YouTube is free, right? I mean, you can make a documentary that's 2 hours long. If it's the coolest thing ever, like Blair Witch Project, and you put it on YouTube, you know, would Blair Witch Project be as successful today on YouTube as it was as distribution in theater? I don't know, maybe. People love to do this with their phones, like, there's no way, don't go into that abandoned house, you know, that kind of stuff. So I think it's pretty motivating.
I love the example of Blair Witch because Blair Witch was literally like an indie, you know, no stabilizers, you know what I mean? It was just raw, right? And I can tell you from experience and all the video, over 1,100 videos that I've published on YouTube, the ones that I cared the least about and put in the minimum production value with this little camera right here, right, got the most views and the most engagement. And a video that I would spend weeks on with very expensive cameras got nothing. So like, I think sometimes when you consider where you're putting your content, that should play a role in how much you're gonna spend on your production. You know what I mean?
I think the other thing you need, I completely agree with everything everybody said. I think you need to look, we're doing a multi-episode series. We're working with Hasbro right now on the history of board games. And one of the things that we're doing, the production budget on that is decent. But we're also looking for ways in which while we're out filming, to be whipping out our iPhone real quick and doing a little something here or something there and just beginning to gather content because you just, like you said, you just never know. You know, one of my good friends whose name is Paula Silver, she used to be chief marketing officer at Warner Brothers. She said, we don't have a crystal ball. You know, we can't, if we knew what everything would hit, it would be a different game, you know, and she's at the highest level, you know. So I think you just need to look for, like Cody said, just look for those storytelling opportunities, no matter what your budget is, no matter where you're at. Use the tools at your disposal and tell stories. And I think that's when you can maximize your film property or whatever. Again, if you're looking to make revenue, you can monetize those revenue streams if you're building your own audience. So
I'd say also consider like what the behavior space is of the platform that you're working with too, you know? So if we're all sitting here after this for a few minutes back there, we'll spend 30 seconds watching a video together, but then we're the exact same people that can go home and sit back and watch what is a premium series that costs, you know, $100,000 a minute for 5 hours, you know, binging something on Netflix, right? That doesn't matter if you're 7 years old or 70 years old. It's a behavior, you know, mindset first, I think, in terms of like what is the quality of content and understanding like where you're putting it, where it's at.
I mean, look at the iPhone 11 Pro. Like, I think in the last 6 months, there's been like 3 or 4 or 5 major projects shot just on the iPhone. Now, I know they're sponsored, like, you know, follow the money, obviously, but like Lady Gaga got behind it. Her latest music video is shot on the iPhone. And that's, you know, they're not suffering for money, we'll just say that. You know, but the whole point is like, as a creator, even if you're working with brands or doing your own videos, is that you need a good story before you need a good camera. And I think that's the point that, at least, you know, I want to hammer home is like, back to what you were saying. It's all about the story and not about the equipment.
It's about the motivation too. I mean, you know, this industry for sure, I'm sure everybody in this room understands, you know, especially people who are freelancers, to be like, man, when is my next job coming? But when it comes to, you know, the content creation, Jose, I don't mean to keep calling you as the example, but I love it when I hear people say to me like, oh man, I want to make a YouTube channel. Like, how do I do it? Well, you have to start. You got a phone, right? I see you holding it. Start making videos behind the scenes when you're doing landscaping, because the thing that I think frustrates, exactly like you were saying about, man, I might take all this time and effort to make the greatest video ever, yet it's the fastest paced, lowest budget one that ends up doing the best. We have no idea what's coming. Is there gonna be, are any of us gonna make the next Game of Thrones? Probably not, because I don't think anybody's ever gonna dedicate 10 years of their life again to subscribing to a series like that. But they might subscribe to like 30 seconds of landscaping with Jose, and it could be the next biggest thing before you know it.
I think one of the important things is, if you're an independent filmmaker, if you're trying to make films independently, is niche down or die, right? You have to, in today's day and age, I don't have the resource to compete with a Sony Pictures marketing budget. I don't have the ability to compete with Warner Brothers or anything. So the commoditization of pricing models of films is tough to compete against. So what do you then have to do? Well, like you're doing, you find something you're passionate about and niche that content down and develop your own email subscriber list that you can begin to create a relationship with that will have affinity to your content. Right? That is a surefire way to begin to really, it's one thing to make a film, and we've all wanted to do it. We've all wanted to make a film, and we've all wanted to get it into a film festival, and it gets into the film festival, and it was like, yay, and then you don't make any money. You feel good for 2 seconds, and then everybody goes away, and it's like, yeah, good job, and that's awesome, great, fantastic. I've done it too, right? But if you want to think about how do you make money at it, right? How do you monetize this content? There's a different way of thinking. One of the podcasts that's out there that's great is a podcast called Filmpreneur. It's a great podcast. And Rob Hardy talks about just the digital marketing space and how to monetize content if you're an indie filmmaker. It's great podcast. I would highly suggest it. But you have to, in today's world, you have got to niche. You've got to pick a niche, because you're just not going to compete, you know, with the big guys.
Yeah, that goes back to that consistency thing too.
Exactly.
That's the big thing. People are like, "Oh, how'd you master the YouTube formula?" Didn't master the YouTube formula. What we mastered was staying consistent, week in and week out. So when I was saying to you, "Oh yeah, we still did YouTube content while producing a TV show," it's because if we let YouTube fall off and go to the wayside, that consistency is broken. That consistency is what the audience knows, and that's how you continue to build and build and build. And anybody that creates
you
a
need to
YouTube
be
channel will
passionate
tell you
about
that.
it too.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what, like, someone made a lot of money making YouTube videos about slime.
A lot of people did.
And I think you could do the same, and that was their niche, was slime. And if you're passionate and you love landscaping, make landscaping videos, dude.
Yeah, Jose's niche is landscaping.
I will
you.
subscribe to you.
I'll subscribe. Start your channel now. You got 2 big YouTubers that will subscribe to you today.
And I think it's also, too, an area, there's 2 ways to look at it, too. There's an area of interest, right? Like landscaping, right? But then there's a subgenre of that, landscaping, who are women, right? So you can actually, when I say niche, you can actually go deeper. And then you've got really passionate fans who are all about the work, and that's another way to think about it and look at it. You know?
You'd be surprised how big that seemingly small group actually is.
Let me tell you what landscapers are probably not good at: making YouTube videos. So
Yeah,
you
for
could be
sure.
like the mastermind behind all these. I mean, there's so many different kinds of landscaping you could do as well.
Listen,
I feel like
I'd
we should
like-
all just compile together and help Jose.
Yes.
launch his
Let's all
Hey,
help Jose.
Could you make your first video how to dig like a drain line? Because I'm having trouble with that.
Reverse engineer, like, you know, Keith Kelface or Brian Long made it to like kind of mimic what they're doing, but as well, just because I'm in the different state or different, you know, place right now. I'm just trying to do it my way and like take bits and pieces and build my own.
That's perfect. What you're talking about is it's like a genre, right? So first, what you're doing is really smart by taking something that's successful, deconstructing it, seeing how it works, and finding the parts that work for you. But it's the other part of the equation is convention plus invention. Convention is this consistency. It's the things people expect, but it's the invention that you're going to bring to it that's going to make your work stand out and make people want to subscribe to your channel.
Yeah, I think that's huge. It's like one of my favorite examples of that is Thug Notes, if anybody's ever seen that. Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
It's Cliff Notes with a thug.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting there with a, you know, in a really nice fancy chair with his glass of, like, you know, cognac and...
Well, a term you just used, Jose, was mimicry, but instead of mimicry, call it practice, right? Because for any story creator, the more you practice, the more you're going to perfect what it is you want your craft to be, whether that's landscaping or making videos. When we started our YouTube channel, we used to have this phrase behind the scenes that we would use just as a joke. For anybody that knows who Bear Grylls is, who did Man vs. Wild, we used to say, well, if Bear can do it, we can do it too, right? And when there was 0 subscribers on a YouTube channel, we had no TV shows, and we looked up to people like Bear Grylls, who was making content and being incredibly successful at it by filming out there in the wilderness. We said it's possible. Anybody can do it. So for you, keep practicing that craft and just get started and stay consistent.
We have somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes left, so maybe we can open up to questions from the audience. TJ.
I have friends working on a documentary. They'd like to turn that documentary into a series. They're wondering, when do you start bringing in distribution? I mean, you already have a product. You want to turn it into another product. Do you start bringing in distribution channels early, like a Prime or Netflix or whatever else, to get money in early? Should you be looking for other investors? You know what? When do you start bringing in the distribution into your equation before making your product or during your product?
I am dealing with that right now. My advice to you is, I'm going to say this, and it's not true for everything, but the people like Netflix and Amazon, they're a little bit risk adverse because they're more interested in investing in their own stuff than yours. So one of the ways that we did that, we originally started out with our board game. It was originally going to be just a documentary. And it has now grown into a multi-part series. But in order for us to get the distributors, Amazon, Netflix, and Apple, to listen to us, we had to go out and kind of make the first one, right? Because they kind of want a proof of concept, right? And they're not going to pay you to do it. You're going to have to do it. So we made the first one, yeah. Yes, pilot, yes. Which then really opened the doors for us because they're like, oh, these guys actually know what they're doing and they actually can do this. So that was our process, and we kind of had to fork over our own money, which is in its essence what we're doing now, to get it made, and that then opened the doors for us. We weren't able to go in on the outset like, hey, we've got this great idea, and we went out and secured the right. We had all the stuff we needed, but they wanted to see something from us.
And if I could follow that, it's not distribution, but did you go out and get investment money for that, or did you get private investors or funding, or is that out of scope for that?
We did. So we were funding. There's a couple of ways we're funding it. So the answer is yes.
So you hit all of those?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think you can get away with sizzles a lot of times as well.
That's true.
So you don't need to you don't need like what would be a full-on pilot episode, but like a well-shot sizzle, definitely like, what is a fully fleshed out treatment. Make sure you've got everybody that is going to be in it. That's key, like, lockdown. So you've got a package, right? If you're looking at like something that would be going to a larger streamer, and that you might need to start thinking about things like, do you need to attach a showrunner or something like that, which starts to give you angles of like, how are you going to take it up and through those channels, depending on how big of a project it might be.
Now, do I need an agent going to an Amazon or whatever? Do I just stand up with a card and, boom,
Agents are very helpful, or somebody that's where that showrunner would be another one who's somebody who's put content on there before, right? They've got a proven track record, they've got the production, they've got producer credits that are standing there behind them.
The other thing you can look at is co-productions. So you can partner with somebody who already has a relationship with the distributor and team up with them. That's very common in the industry.
Anyone else?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a good question. I can tackle that. You can probably tackle that too. I think it's on a per project basis, and it depends what you as the creator are willing to go out and do, right? So if just make a hypothetical situation. Quibi comes to you, you've got a concept to do something about, I don't know, a new way to create soda pop. And you're like, this is a really cool series. I'm going to bottle it a different way. It's going to taste different, yada, yada, yada. And Quibi's like, that's great. Well, we're going to give you, I don't know, $10,000 per episode to do it. And you've got 8 of them lined up. You're like, sweet, $80,000. But it's only going to be distributed on Quibi. Well, that's on you as the content creator to say, well, I can take this exclusive deal and produce this for them, or I can go out with no money and maybe produce it on YouTube and eventually make up to $80,000. So that's, as a content creator, you're constantly faced with those sorts of things. Or more. For example, like with Animal Planet, the content that we produce for them is exclusive for them. I can't take all the content that I produce there and go put it on my YouTube channel. That's an exclusive relationship. I also can't go and host a show for Nat Geo Wild. I'm exclusively with Animal Planet for the creation of this sort of a series. Doesn't mean that as a producer, I can't go out and produce content for other people. I just can't host in that realm. But as a content creator in general, I think it's all about the opportunity that presents itself. And what I really break it down to, Mike, what you were saying is, getting a showrunner, getting agents, that's important. A manager's incredibly important. But the big thing that I always say to people from the get-go when you're getting started, a good entertainment attorney is the most valuable thing you can ever have in this industry to know which are the right contracts to sign, right? Because what that ultimately breaks down to is if you sign an exclusive contract with a Quibi to produce content, they may tie you up for your likeness and image and a bunch of other things, which then you're pigeonholed into one spot. So I just mentioned that legal thing based off of your question, TJ, to be like, have a good attorney team behind everything you're doing, and then when you make the right deal, you'll have the opportunity to pivot.
I think we probably have time for one more question. And there's a mic over here in the corner. If anyone has a question, feel free to step up. Anyone? Sam.
I do a lot of commercial work now, and as of a couple hours ago, all of my clients want private live streaming. So instead of streaming to YouTube or Facebook, it needs to be individual user password protected. Does anyone have any experience with platforms that allow that type of service? Because I haven't really been able to find any.
Vimeo? We always send links to people on Vimeo for closed, locked, passworded files that have the highest quality.
YouTube has that functionality as well. Yeah. It's just an unlisted stream link that you could send to the audience.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's unlisted, which is different from private. So if it's a commercial organization that has 1,000 people that they want to watch a conference, it's not going to work over Zoom or Polycom or something like that. And
Mikey, behind the scenes, you want to jump out? He's done this a couple times, maybe not, but anyways, talk to Mikey, because he does all the live streaming, and I know this is right up his alley.
All right.
So.
Okay. I'd like to thank everybody on the panel today, and thanks Ohio HD for having us in. If there are no other questions, then thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we're going to have a demo with Fujinon and Fujifilm. So stick around for 15 minutes. We'll get to that. See you soon.
Working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little
Heart's racing.
All right, sorry.
About to be a vibe, he says.
Like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that is really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school, but like, you know.
The Bolt is a 6-axis camera robot that is very fast, very precise, and is infinitely repeatable.
Precise repeatable motion creates opportunities in shots that you would not be able to get traditionally.
And a lot of the shots that we've done can sometimes almost look like they're a virtual shot because you're not used to thinking that a physical camera can get to the places this arm can put it.
If you had a similar product that you wanted the same move on, say 150 flavors of a soda, you'd be able to do that exact same move and cut them one after the other without having to do any kind of tracking, any kind of realignment. It would be frame accurate and perfect every time. Additionally, we have the ability to add triggers and actuators that allow us to control how things interact while the camera is moving.
So we have a series of servo motors that can be controlling focus, iris zoom,
as well as external triggers such as a drink pour or an ice drop or a light bulb turning on.
When you're bringing a Bolt to the set, you're not just bringing operators of machinery. You're bringing the expertise and the commitment of the entire Ohio HD team to your set. Hi, David here. Come on down to the Ohio HD Gear Show, March 12th, 2020! All of our friends are going to be there. Aerie, Electrosonics, MAGSTOR, Sony, Blue Shade, Central Ohio AV, Fujifilm, Westcott, Inner Circle, Canon, and many more! If you're a media professional, or just looking for an excuse to visit, then this show is for you! We also have t-shirts. Yay!
Oh, great. Like I needed a reason to hang out with a bunch of sweaty video nerds all day.
What I don't understand is, what's with the puppets?
Puppets? What?
Well, so come on down to the Ohio HD Gear Show. It's gonna be great!
working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little.
Heart's racing.
All right, sorry.
About to be a vibe, he says.
Like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that is really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, those sort of, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school.
Tip of the tea, tip of the tongue.
You know.
Hey guys, welcome back. We're here in a new location in front of the one, the only Bolt. All right, we're so excited to have a few new exciting announcements. We have David Jeffries here with part of the Bolt team to tell us some of those things. So David, take it away.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so you may have heard recently we've decided to add on to what we kind of have going on already. So last year about this time, we announced that we were getting a Bolt. This year, we're announcing that we will be adding Trek to the Bolt. So not only will the arm move very quickly and articulate around a lot of things, but we'll also be able to put it on a pedestal that'll be able to move it linearly at just under 40 feet at 5 meters per second. So I want to talk a little bit about what is the Bolt. So, you know, obviously the unit wasn't here last year. We showed some video about what we should be able to do in the future. Now what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about what it can do. So the Bolt is a 6-axis robot. It moves very quickly and very precisely, but it can also move very slowly and very precisely. So as you can kind of see right now, the unit right now is just kind of snaking around these objects on this turntable. And we can do this time and time and time again. And we can be frame accurate as we do that. So that means that every time we run this, when we go to those same frames in post, they're going to be identical. Why is that important? Well, when you think about a composite or you think about a way to be able to do multiple cuts one after another that's going to be able to kind of come together as one piece, that's really important. You don't have to shift things. You don't have to try and find ways to resync it later. So we have that kind of ability to be able to get that sync. It handles basically about a 30-pound payload or so, nominal, and basically what that means we can put just about any major camera system that's on the market on it today. Right now we're riding it with one of our Zeiss Supreme lenses on a Phantom 4K Flex, which is a little odd because we're going slowly with that. So actually, what I'd like to do is after we have Casey, one of our Bold Ops, kind of finish up this move here, we're going to go ahead and have Anna come over and set up for what we like to call a little glam bot kind of a thing. You may have seen some of this stuff on the red carpets where we have some high-end talent kind of approach the robot, maybe do kind of a spin or something, 2-camera, a large, big move that we kind of play back in slow motion. So
without further ado, if I can get Casey to set us up for GlamBot, and Anna, if I can get you right there on that red mark. Now, don't step too far forward because we don't want to run the robot into your face. That would not be good for our insurance company. They don't like that. So the instructions are, if you weren't listening, here they are again. That camera is going to move. It's going to move very quickly at you. All we want to do is do a nice big move. If you keep good eye contact with the lens, that plays really nicely. We're going to wait for Casey to give us the cue that he's ready.
Ready for my close-up.
And we are ready.
We're ready.
All right.
You want to do the countdown?
You doing the countdown?
You can do it.
All right, I'm doing the countdown. So every time we do this, we want to make sure that we are safe and secure. So we are always going to say, ready to shoot fast, shooting fast in 3, 2, 1.
I can do.
All right, how about a nice little round of applause for her there? All right, that was a long, awkward moment for her. So now we're going to see it back even slower so we can make this long, awkward moment go on even longer for her. But it'll give you an idea of kind of what we can be able to do to kind of articulate around a person, be able to kind of play off the idea of high-speed footage. And let's look at the video.
Playback is up.
Oh, yeah. You need modeling
yeah, look at that.
poses, you know.
Some solid work there.
Yeah. Need any modeling advice? Come to me. Obviously, I know what I'm doing. Smolder. Really works good things. Oh yeah, that's She ain't called no GlamBot for a reason. Oh yeah. Wow. So as you can see, you know, even though sometimes we be a little sweaty, she still makes us look great. So not to, you know, toot my own horn, but this bolt really does crazy things, and I'm amazed by, you know, I feel like Lady Gaga on the red carpet right there. Maybe not as elegant with her dress or nothing, but shoot, if I could
Well, we want it broken out of the misery of trying to banter about this for a while?
that'd be great.
All right, fantastic. So, you know, just a couple other quick things. If you're in-house, by all means, please stop by, talk to us. Let's find out a little bit more about what we can possibly do with the unit. You know, obviously we can see just a little bit of stuff that's happening here, but it does so much more than that right now. Also, if you're not here, if you're joining us on the live stream, please reach out to us at bolt@ohiohdvideo.com with any questions you might have. Concerning operations, or if you'd like to set up a time for a demo, we'd love to have you by. At that point, that's about the tease I've got for this. So yeah. Looking forward to track. Anna, back to you.
Cool. If you want to follow me, we can take a little tour through while we're just looking at some things. We can see what's all happening through here. So like David said, if you have any questions regarding anything around here, reach out. We have Instagram, Facebook, all the good things, website. So make sure to do that. And if you see some cool things and you are here, shoot, add us at Ohio HD. We will repost your things. So for real, come by, grab a snack, check out some cool gear. So we're gonna take you to the hallway, where we've got a really cool setup with all these quasar tubes, and we got a little disco party going on. So maybe we'll take you through a little party, say hi to all our vendors, and whoa, what is this? We got a party in the hallway, got a party in the hallway. It's so fun. So like I said, Ohio HD, got some great stuff here. If you just are here looking for looks, maybe you want a nice close-up, shoot, come on over. You know what? I think I heard something from the big closet. So this is our big closet here. We got a little secret for you. Maybe we can have a little sneak peek of what's. Hello, Elvis. What are you doing here? How? All right. Well, I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but maybe we'll figure out what that is later. I don't know. Come on. Let's keep going and see what else is all here. Whoa, we got some cool lighting setups here. We want to take a look in the lobby, maybe see what's happening up there. We got this hazer. I think you can do some pretty cool things. I wonder if you could haze. Maybe let's not. Nope, not right now, but eventually she'll be working. I promise you that. Got some nice social things going on here. Everyone's talking, having a great time. Whoa, I know these people. Hey. And all right, well, as you can see, there's so many great things happening here at the Gear Show. We're gonna cut to break, and right after this, we're gonna go to one of my favorite panels, and one I'm super excited for. Stay tuned for the Women in Production panel, and I'll see you soon.
Working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little.
Heart's racing.
All right, sorry.
About to be a vibe, he says.
Like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that is really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, those sort of, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school, but like, you know.
The Bolt is a 6-axis camera robot that is very fast, very precise, and is infinitely repeatable.
Precise repeatable motion creates opportunities in shots that you would not be able to get traditionally.
A lot of the shots that we've done can sometimes almost look like they're a virtual shot because you're not used to thinking that a physical camera can get to the places this arm can put it.
If you had a similar product that you wanted the same move on, say 150 flavors of a soda, you'd be able to do that exact same move and cut them one after the other without having to do any kind of tracking, any kind of realignment. It would be frame accurate and perfect every time. Additionally, we have the ability to add triggers and actuators that allow us to control how things interact while the camera is moving.
So we have a series of servo motors that can be controlling focus, iris zoom,
as well as external triggers such as a drink pour or an ice drop or a light bulb turning on.
When you're bringing a Bolt to the set, you're not just bringing operators of machinery. You're bringing the expertise and the commitment of the entire Ohio HD team to your set.
¿Estamos vivos?
¿Estamos vivos?
Daniela, ¿estás viva? Hola, ¿cómo estamos, amigo de Ohio HD? Representando a Daniela.
Hola, Elvis.
Hola, Daniela, ¿cómo estás?
Tú sabes, aquí en el 2020 Gear Show.
2020 Gear Show.
Gear Show.
Gear Show. Gear Show. Daniela, dime, ¿cómo te va ahora?
yo estoy aquí trabajando aquí en Ohio HD, haciendo lo mejor que puedo, aprendiendo todo lo que puedo de cámaras, de luces, de todo.
¿Todo?
Todo.
¡Todo!
Todo.
¿Seguro? Claro que sí. Dime, ¿esa Ana qué es?
Ana es bien chingona.
¿Chingona?
Chingona.
¡Chingona! No,
Chingón. ¿Oh?
sí, hizo una telenovela, ¿verdad?
Sí, telenovela Ser una chingona.
¿Ser una chingona?
Va a venir a un cine cerca de ti.
Pues estamos aquí en Ohio HD. Dime, Daniela, ¿de dónde eres?
Yo soy del Salvador.
¿Salvador? No, pues está bien chingón. Dime, ¿tienes una corona?
No corona.
¿Qué
no
tienes?
Modelo.
¿Modelo?
Modelo time.
Modelo time. Ana, I'll see you next time, Ana.
Bye, Ana.
What? Hey, so I didn't get the memo on the puppets, but like at least got this guy with me. Hey, this is Kevin. Meet Kevin, everyone. No, it's okay. He sometimes gets shy. It's fine. Anyways, welcome back. Thanks, Elvis. Thanks, Marjorie, for that fun little intro. But we got a really exciting panel for you guys today. One that I'm really excited about, at least. It's called Women in Production, something that we love to see. So, by all means, please take it away.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Alexis, and I'm going to be moderating this today. Yeah, so I'll let you guys introduce yourselves, and you can have about like a minute or so, and then I'm going to cut you off.
All right, well, hello? It says it's on, but it's not on. Should I keep talking anyway? Oh, there it is. Takers? Okay. All right, well, I'm Dylan Dyer. I'm a freelance camera assistant based out of Columbus, Ohio.
That was fast. I'm Elizabeth McNeese. I'm managing partner at Echo Productions.
I'm Helen Hawaz. I'm a freelance video editor based in Columbus, Ohio.
I'm Julie Sasaki. I'm a producer, graphic designer, and production designer in Columbus, Ohio as well, working for Loose Films.
Awesome. All right, so we'll just start off here with a couple questions. You got your new mic. Does it work?
Testing. Yep, this one works.
Yay. So I want to know, why is a supportive community important here?
Well, I think there's two different levels to the community. Obviously, nobody wants to work on a shoot where everybody is kind of backstabbing and everyone for themselves. That's just a really unpleasant work environment to deal with. But then on the broader level, I'm a freelancer, and most of my jobs come from recommendations and kind of word-of-mouth reviews. And so for me, living in an area where I know that I have a community that supports me and has my back and is going to put my name out there for stuff is really important, and it keeps me working.
Yeah, I would agree. Columbus has a really good community here, pretty tight-knit. I've been working here in Columbus about 15 years. And the community for me is important because I'm in the position of hiring a lot of crew, and I really rely on referrals from people that I've worked with, people that I trust, people that I find talented. And if they're not available, then I'll ask them, well, who do you recommend? And I'll be honest, it's very rare that I would hire someone that doesn't come recommended to me. So I think being involved in the community is very important. Reputation is very important. And it was important to me when I was starting out, too, trying to get my own reputation out there and working with people and networking in that way. So I think community is important because in this market, that's how you survive.
Totally, survival. And film video isn't really something that you can do alone or in your room or with anybody. Like, you have to do it with a lot of people. So it is important to have a good sense of like keeping a good reputation, doing your work, and making sure that other people are heard and included.
Community has recently, I found, to be especially important because we are finishing up our first feature film called Poser that we've been working on, and it's like just a very low budget film And so it was really helpful to be able to reach out to our community and reach out to our friends and people that we've worked with in the past in order to ask for favors. And sometimes it's hard to get funding for films in Columbus, and so that's when community can be really important.
Awesome. So I feel like we have a supportive community, but when you're on set or when you're editing, do you feel like you're empowered in those positions, or do you feel like you're just like a button pusher, or does your voice matter on set or not on set? And then what does that mean to you? What does empowered mean? And anyone can start.
I think that's a two-way street sometimes. I mean, sometimes you don't have the best luck and you end up with crew or higher-ups that are not willing to hear you out. But I do think a big part of it is also making sure that you're proactive and you share your ideas, and you are also adding something to the vision, and not simply just taking the order. But also, if you have an idea while you're doing the job, especially in my area as an editor, I'm quick to suggest to a director or producer, hey, this actually might be more beneficial to the vision that you have at hand. So it is important to put yourself and your ideas out there too.
I agree that there's kind of a give and take with that. I mean, I've worked for DPs who literally explained how to push a button, which is a pretty frustrating situation to be in. And sometimes you kind of have to prove that you do know what you're doing and you are there to kind of bring your own assets to the table. But, the hope is that people are there to respect you and to listen to you, and that you're not going to be in a situation where you're just kind of running through the job, but you're also being asked to bring something else to the table.
I don't know, maybe it's just because of my particular role in production management, but I don't sit around waiting to be empowered. I feel like it's my responsibility to just own whatever my jobs are and make it happen. And so I don't know how to answer that question, to be honest, because I don't feel that I've ever been on a set, at least in this market, where I felt I wasn't listened to or valued. And maybe that's because of the way I approach it, but I don't know. I just don't feel like that's a problem.
That's great.
Yeah, I think that that's a great attitude to have, and I wish that I was like that more of the time. But I actually came from not really a filmmaking background. I studied arts management at OSU, and so I started as a PA, and a lot of times as a PA, nobody really wants to listen to your opinion very much. You're kind of just like a helping hand to help other people do what they're doing. So I would say feeling empowered on set from any position, from a PA to a producer, executive producer on set. I think it's really important for women to adopt that mentality of feeling empowered no matter what position you're in, and I guess having the confidence that your opinion does matter no matter what you're doing. So
that kind of sounds like, or do you have a mentor? And when you got started here, did you have a mentor, or are you a mentor to people to kind of foster that empowering feeling with other people? Or just how did you get started? Very open.
I've never personally had a single mentor. I look at the community here as my mentor. Every opportunity I've ever had, I looked at as a learning opportunity, and was grateful to be there no matter what I was doing. And so, I don't know, I'm just an avid learner. I just look around and see opportunities that I can glean from. So I've never had one person mentor me, but at the same time, I've always, in return, tried to help grow people that have been on my sets or that I've worked with, and trying to instill in them everything that I've learned. And I think that goes back to the community part of it.
One of my mentors is here, Brett Ryder, who's development director at Loose Films, where I work. And it's just great to have somebody, even though his position is kind of different from what I have to do a lot of the times. There definitely is overlap in, I think, every position in film production. And so it's nice to have, I think in Columbus, maybe it's hard to find somebody that's doing exactly what you want to do, but it's still nice to have people who are kind and people who are able to give you advice that really is relevant throughout all elements of production.
Yeah, I feel like community has been a big part of mentorship for me. I always wanted a singular mentor, but I never quite could find that, and I didn't really know how to ask for that either. But there have been plenty of people I've worked with while on production or pre-production or post that have really contributed to just the way that I strategize and the way that I prepare for a project. There are certain aspects of it that are really just what you learn along the way through your own mistakes and your own efforts, but mentorship has definitely come through community in the way that I have learned to go about that and navigate that.
I agree that I don't think I could cite any one person as a mentor. I mean, I've learned so many different things from a variety of people that I've worked with either professionally or in the classroom, and I teach myself, so I have students of my own. I do a lot of on-the-job training with, members of a crew who are less experienced coming into a position they haven't experienced before, and I mean, that can be very rewarding to, work with somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, and through the course of a production, see them coming out being competent and enthusiastic and knowing how to do a job that they didn't know how to do 3 weeks ago.
So I'm kind of curious about how all of you got started here in Columbus, and just how'd you guys get started in this whole industry?
Actually, I started out in financial planning originally, and I was pretty good at it, but I hated it because it wasn't creative, and it took me a while to realize that. So I started pursuing what was hobbies at the time, which was photo and video, and it grew from there. I started at the very, very bottom. I don't have any formal training. Started out as PA on every possible shoot I could get on. I did a lot of on-camera work just to get on sets as well. Made a lot of connections, and over time you kind of prove yourself, and people learn to trust you. And when people trust you, they give you more responsibility. And so I just kind of worked my way all the way up. My last corporate job, I was running a commercial studio, pretty large commercial studio here in Columbus. Now I own my own company with my husband. And I'm living the dream in that way. But it was, I don't know, I just made it happen, just work my way up and do the best work I can do, be trustworthy, and don't burn bridges. I think that's key.
Yeah, I didn't know what a video editor was till I was 21, and I took an internship at school with an independent filmmaker, and it was just the two of us for a whole season, or a whole semester really. And it was everything from shooting behind the scenes footage to guerrilla filmmaking on location, setting up lights, setting up cameras, interviewing people. And it was a lot of stuff that I didn't really know very well. I'd only taken one class in cinema before that. And it led me to really learn what editing was and enjoy that and look for more internships. And then from there, when I moved to Columbus, just become a total pest and bug any production company that would take me as an intern, and that led to the next thing, and that led to the next thing, and I established a lot of connections that way. And I think that there was a level of audacity in my lack of experience and knowledge, but I really just wanted the job, and I was willing to do whatever work I needed to do to be able to progress to the next step.
That level of audacity is definitely applicable to me as well. I actually met Brett Ryder, who helped to hire me at Loose Films, at a gallery show, just a small local gallery show, and I was still a student at OSU at the time. And we were just talking, and I had a video arts minor, and so I was trying to talk to him about that and be like, hey, check out this small amount of knowledge that I know about that relates to what you do. And we just kind of made friends and stayed in that conversation for a while, and it was nice. I didn't think much of it, but then I think maybe a couple weeks later, I got a message saying hey, do you want to have coffee sometime? And I was like, sure. Also, can you bring your resume? And with a background in graphic design, I was like, oh, maybe they want a template for a resume for one of their projects or something. And ended up that it was an interview. And it was just for a freelance PA position. And they have a pool of people that they constantly cycle through. But I joined that list, and I was like, are you sure? Because I don't really know anything about this. They're like, yeah, we'll teach you everything. And I think that attitude of being willing to try something new, even though you might not know everything about what it entails, is really important. And then progressing and gaining skills from there, and exploring different positions on set, I think has a lot to do with maybe saying hey, I don't know how to do this, but I think I can do it because I'm good at learning and good at researching on my own. And I think that that is a really empowering skill to be able to have, just being open to learning on your own and trying new things. So.
This comes back again to the sense of community here. I mean, I went to college with the guys who started Loose Films. So they started Loose Films. I went to graduate school. Graduate school got me a bunch of professional experiences that I wouldn't have been able to get otherwise. It put me on a lot of feature films. But then when it came time to graduate and choose somewhere to live, it's like, well, I'm going to go to Columbus because I have a network there. And I've worked on stuff that they did in-house, and then they put my name out there, and that's kind of how I got started within this area. It's, you know, it comes back to the people you know.
So what makes you stay in Columbus? And like, what makes you start a business here and have, like, why this area?
Children.
Children.
Low cost of living. We have a big family. We have 6 children between the 2 of us, so we're not going anywhere. The market's good. The community's good. I have no reason whatsoever to not stay here.
Family is a reason for sure. My parents live here. But more than that, I can't tell you how many times I've almost left Columbus for a gig and been like introduced to a different gig that was actually a little bit more better or more up my alley of what I wanted to move into, which always surprised me. Like every couple of years or so, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go do this, and then a gig would pop up and it'd be like, actually, that's exactly the same as that, and I wouldn't have to go anywhere, like, or go locally. Okay, like there's a lot of opportunity here, and a lot more than I initially thought there would be. I only plan to live here maybe a year or so, and it's my 4th year now. Yeah.
For me, definitely family for sure. Family, friends, the community here. And also because our community here is still developing, it kind of opens up the opportunity to be somebody that is helping to form and shift that. And so that's kind of an exciting thing as well. But I definitely do feel the draw, and I think it is still important to go out and accept those other gigs that might be out of town, just to like learn from other communities. Like I recently went to New York, drove there just for a weekend to help on a shoot, and even that was really nice. Helped on like an all-female crew, which I think is hard to find around here in Columbus. So I think there's a mix of opportunities both here and elsewhere.
I think, you know, all of those are great reasons, and to directly compare it with the more traditional path of going to LA or New York, which I know a lot of people who chose that route. And if that works for you, that's great, but that's a much higher cost of living. It's a much more competitive job market, and it's much harder to get in here. We have a low cost of living, and we have a supportive community, and we have less people poised to take these jobs. So I don't know why I would go anywhere else at this point, because I've got it made here.
Do you think there's any missed opportunities for like young people or women in particular, like job opportunities here, or like how could they get started in this market and not go to LA? Do you think there's opportunities for them?
I think that there is a shortage of women in the creative fields in general, or at least definitely in film and video. I think that's changing. 10 years ago, I mean, there's a lot more women here today, even out there, than there probably would have been 10 years ago. So I think it's shifting and it's changing. And I think really it comes down to awareness for the next generation and teaching our young girls and our daughters that you can pursue this type of career and having the guts to do it. I think that's really.
Diversity is so important on set, and it's like you really feel the difference when you work on a diverse set versus a not diverse set. And so for that reason, when we hire freelancers to help on productions, we specifically seek out women, people of color, and people who are not normally represented on set typically here. And so I think that opens an opportunity.
So are there any misconceptions that people might have on the type of role you have? Because I know like a lot of you who wear multiple hats or do different things that aren't always common. I'm curious about that.
Editing is a lot more than stringing clips on a timeline in linear order. Like,
really?
Really though. And what I've come to really love about it and notice is that it has a technical side and a very creative, intuitive side. And the technical side isn't really rocket science. This can be taught to nearly anybody, but there is an aspect to the intuitive side that is very individual to every editor. And this is the part that's a lot harder to lay out. Like, yes, it comes down to creating things out of, or creating a scene out of footage that wasn't meant to be used, or making up for something that was in the script that wasn't covered in the, but then there comes like how you do that. Every editor can edit the same scene in very different ways. And I think that part is actually very beautiful. And it's something that's really hard to explain, but people notice it as they work with different people over time.
I mean, I think most people don't necessarily know what a camera assistant does, and they certainly don't know what the difference is between a first assistant camera and a second assistant camera. And these jobs get fluid depending on the shoot and the kind of needs and how many ACs you have on that project. So, you know, you kind of have to be flexible with that, but it gets hard sometimes when nobody else knows what your job is supposed to be too, and you watch somebody like trying to do your job and you want to tell them like, no, you go do your job, I will get that, like, don't worry about that and go do what you're supposed to be doing. So, you know, just knowing what everybody's supposed to be doing is very helpful.
All right. Do you guys have any advice for someone that wants to do something similar to what you're doing, or just, yeah, any advice for the youngins?
I would say go out and network, and I hate saying that word because when somebody says that to me, I'm like, I don't want to network, that's kind of scary. But actually, like, I think when I look back on how I've grown in terms of gaining skills and gaining experience, everything comes down to just like making friends with people, talking to people, even if you don't necessarily know what they do, or if what they do isn't necessarily exactly related to what you do. I think just talking to people, even outside of the film industry maybe, because I think if you're in this industry, you're a storyteller, and if you're a storyteller, understanding the way that people work is really important. So the more people you meet and the more stories you hear, the more empathy you can gain for a wider audience, and so, or a wider group of people. So I think just going out and talking to people and connecting to other humans is important.
Yeah, if there are people that are out there that you admire, whether they're in your community or beyond, be audacious, send the email, try to take them out for coffee if you can, if they're local. Not for the purpose of finding a job with them or finding work, but just to be able to pick their brain and talk. It could be that you learn something about them that is beyond the work, that access the work, or just getting to know another person. It goes back to what Julie said about the stories we tell, and they come from us in our lives. So I think that if there are people that you want to talk to and you are more afraid of the networking route in public, there are ways to get a hold of people on one-on-one conversations and basis.
I think the best way to network is to get on sets and do what you're asked to do and kind of prove yourself that way. When I was first starting out, I did a lot of work for free. And I think that's key into showing other people that you can be a team player. And, you know, the time will come when you'll come asking for favors, you know, and so it's always good to kind of put that out there. And then, you know, not burning those bridges, you know. As you grow and you develop, you might gravitate in certain areas, move on to new things, and I think it's important that anytime you do make a change, that you keep those relationships and cherish everything that you've been given so far, and not take it for granted.
I think it's very valuable to find somebody who does what you would like to do and ask them to let you shadow them, to train you, you know, whatever fits in with that job description, and then do a really good job at it to prove that you can do that job, you can learn quickly, you are enthusiastic and willing, and, you know, people are impressed by that and they'll ask you back for more.
All right. Do you guys have any personal mantras? Like, what gets you through the day? Especially if it's like a difficult day or something where maybe someone's being difficult with you or something. Do you have any? It's okay if you don't.
Kind of.
Yeah.
It's very holistic, like in terms of a bigger picture. There's this saying I say to myself and just throughout the journey, and it is that the dream is the flower, the seed is the work, and health are the riches. So the dream you have, whether it's to work your way up the ladder in your personal company or in a company that you work for, or to forge your own path, kind of trailblaze it, or to get to work with a certain person or a certain crew that you've been looking into that you're dying to work for because your creative visions just totally align. It's important to remember that there's a lot of work to be done to get to that point. That starts with conversations and finding your way onto sets and doing the work on your own to match what you believe that they would need and also bring yourself into that. And not to forget that along the way to take care of yourself. This isn't something, there is no job out there that you should be killing yourself for at all. And this is a very high demanding field. There are editors that work 18 hours and more throughout a shift cycle depending on the production, their schedule. Deadlines can be strict, but it is really important to take care of yourself because without that, I mean, you can't buy that back.
Do you think there's anything else we need to talk about today? Is there anything else pressing? Anything else needs to be addressed? All right. I think we can open it up for any questions from the audience. Yes. Oh, sorry, you're supposed to go up to the microphone. Forgot to remind you.
Hi, I'm Kelly. I just have, for this group, it's such a variety of positions, producers, editors, managing directors with lots of experience, camera assistants. I'm really interested in hearing from you guys a situation where it was the best possible crew you could have asked to be on and the worst possible crew. Like, give us 2 examples of a really great situation and one that wasn't so great.
Okay, I can start. Okay, so I had a really, when I mentioned I went to New York recently, because I have trouble finding a lot of women who do what I want to do, or a lot of women who are in this field making work that I relate to. And so we went to Sundance actually in January, and I met this woman and another friend over there, and actually just like a bunch of lovely people, but 2 people in general specifically, who we just really clicked, and we started talking about what it means, or our experiences as a woman on set. And as we were talking, like loads of other women just like started joining our conversation. And at the end of this like little networking event, we had like a full table of young women who were trying to work in this industry. Most of them were from New York City. And we all left just feeling like understood and feeling like, okay, this struggle, we're not alone in this struggle. And so that was just a nice thing on its own. But then a while later, they invited me to join them on set, unpaid. And I went anyway because it was a great crew. Everybody was a woman except for the sound mixer. And everybody was just very supportive, very collaborative. The set had like a community feel to it. And I loved that. And I think that was a great experience to be able to learn from, because, for example, sometimes there's roles like an AD where maybe you think like the AD always needs to be very strict with everybody needs to respect the AD, and they're always like yelling out orders. But this AD on set was like everyone's best friend. You would whisper like, oh, hey, I need a couple minutes for batteries, and she was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. I won't yell that out to the whole group, but we'll just like take a couple minutes here. So things like that, where you can have these experiences where you learn like different ways that the same role can be achieved. That was really nice. And the worst set, a unnamed gaming interview where there's nothing wrong with the crew or anything, but the talent did not show up. And so there's this horrible feeling that comes with like spending a day to pre-light, and everyone gets there early to set up, and then the talent doesn't show up. So sometimes I think it's necessary to take those projects to keep your creative dreams afloat, but definitely those times, if the project isn't exactly what you want to be working on, or if the talent isn't the most respectful, those can be difficult.
Okay, I'll go way back to one of the very first shoots I was ever on. It was a feature film, and the script wasn't finalized when production started, and so a whole crew, including myself, convened in Tennessee from all over the country, and the script was not finalized. So the director basically told the talent what to say, line by line, and told them to wing it and interpret it right there on set. And I'm sure it was awful. I mean, the storytelling was terrible. It never made it out of post-production, and it was a huge waste of time. But a lot of that had to do with pre-production planning, and that's how early on I kind of knew where I fit, because it bothered me so much that things weren't planned well, and I knew I could do that, and I was excited about that. So a horrible shoot actually kind of guided me into the right field. Some of the best shoots I've been on are the ones that always have a really good plan. I wouldn't be good at what I do if the shoots weren't well planned. But they're not always the biggest crew either. I think it's important to have the right people on set. So the best shoots that we have are when we have key players there and everyone knows what they're doing, and there doesn't have to be a lot of explaining. Everybody just kind of locks into place, and everything runs smoothly. And we have a lot of shoots like that, and I think what it comes down to is having the right people on set.
I agree. I mean, the worst shoots I've ever been on really came down to the planning, and those turn into 18-hour days, and there's no food, and everybody's just really miserable. The best shoots are well planned. You stick to your schedule, you end on time, if not hopefully early, you get fed, but then there's also a respect there, there's communication, there's a good community, everybody works well together, everybody is there to do their job and help everybody else, and there's just this sort of sense of group confidence that everybody is there to get the job done and going to respect other people for being knowledgeable in their field and let them, do what they're there to do.
So as an editor, I don't really get to be on set very much, but the best shoot I'd ever been on was simultaneously one of the worst. And because it had two aspects to it that I remembered that really shifted how I perceived my role, just as a person, as a woman, as a creative, on set. And the reasons why it wasn't so great is because it was a very male-dominated set, and there were a couple of women there too that were equally as powerful and wonderful. But it was always this double take when anyone realized that I was the editor and that I was present. So it's like, oh yeah, the editor's in the room. And the guys are like, oh, where? And I'm like, me, here. And it was actually pretty funny. I love when situations are a little awkward like that. And the director and I also had some conflicts of our own. And I addressed them actually very forward and confident in the fact that, these are the boundaries I'm setting. These are the boundaries you will not cross. And we met with the producer, who was also a woman, and she understood clearly, and we kind of accepted the situation for what it was, and we still had 2 weeks left to shoot. And I realized the tension between us after that kind of muddled the experience a little bit, but the rest of the crew became a family. The producer, Annie, the grips, the PAs, everybody became such a tight-knit family. And it was actually my first feature film I ever worked on. So I realized, on top of everything that happened and that was conflicting and a little mind-boggling, I realized that I have a choice in how I conduct myself and the boundaries I want to set and how good of a job I do. Because I was like, I'm leaving this doing a damn good job before I hand it off to the next person. So it taught me a lot about how I would like to handle myself in these situations going forward.
Do you have a question? I have a question. Yes. Hi, I'm Anna. And I have a question kind of touching base on some things that you guys have all kind of touched base, but specifically, Dylan, when you mentioned something when, doing all these other things and someone kind of just literally explains the pressing of a button to turn something on. If you guys have ever had a situation like this, just kind of talking from like a professional standpoint, how do you guys handle that? And you know, dealing with certain things that unfortunately do happen because I don't know, well, why do those things happen, and how do you handle them?
I mean, usually I ignore them. Try not to take it too personally. A lot of that comes from, you know, it's very frustrating in the moment to have somebody explain something to you that you obviously know to do because, you know, sometimes I have more experience than the person explaining this thing to me. But if they're the DP, I certainly can't tell them that, you know, on set. You deal with it as you can. You stay patient with it. You trying to let it get to you. But sometimes there's a certain amount of pushback where you have to start, you know, setting some boundaries and being a little firm and shutting that down before it happens. Where it's like, you know, tell them like, yeah, of course I know how to do that. Or yes, of course I've already done that. I took care of that. And just kind of pointing out to them that you are doing the job, you know how to do the job. Because at the end of the day, some of that comes from them being inexperienced and not even knowing what your job is. They may be explaining how to do it because they've never been in a position where they have had an AC before and they don't know what your job is, so they feel like maybe they should explain it to you because maybe they think you don't know how to do it either, and just kind of, you know, you have to prove you know what you're doing sometimes.
Yeah, I've been in that situation before, and sometimes that can be difficult because when it happened to me, and it's happened I guess a few times, I was doing something new where the person was explaining a new process to me and they dumbed it down a little bit too much, but I think it's important to also have empathy for those people as well. Just kind of remind yourself, like, hopefully it's coming from like a good place, hopefully they're not meaning to like offend you by doing that, and just also I guess remembering how good you are at your job, and doing a really great job from then on as well, and hopefully they'll be conscious of that and notice that you actually do know what you're doing and are good at it. So
All right. Any more questions? Yeah.
I'm curious. I've been in this community for a long time, and I am curious your opinions on anything that might be missing in our community from a networking perspective or just a gathering and being able to support each other perspective. Especially Columbus is such a great creative community. It's changing quickly and growing quickly. And I feel like, I know I need support. I'm a development person as well. But I'm curious what you guys think about anything that's missing from a networking or growth standpoint here.
I mean, there's no business professionals or media professionals organization, is there? I mean, I would say that. And there's a lot of organizations that are kind of film focused, and like attracts a lot of hobbyists, which I think is something that you had mentioned earlier. So I think it would be helpful to have some sort of organization, but I don't know who's going to lead it. I'm not. Well, I mean, I have my own lists, for instance, of crew and people that I would call, and ways to get my job done, but it would be really handy if there was some sort of network that I could reach out to, because right now it's just people. You know, I just reach out to my own personal connections, which is helpful, but sometimes not everybody's available, and I might go through 20 people, and I'm still looking for somebody. So some sort of centralized, I don't know.
So are you looking for something more like a database?
Yeah, but I feel like a database, yes, but there's got to be a way to vouch for the people on the list. You know what I mean? So it's got to be based on who we know. You know, not just a list that you could like pay to add to. You know.
Do you think there would be any benefit from having something that's not just online, but maybe in person, like more meetups or anything like that? Or
Well, I think that would be part of an organization,
Mhm.
but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not the right person to ask.
I think more funding opportunities are always appreciated, especially grants for people who maybe don't have like a strong network or people who are working on making their first short film. I know GCAC does like some really great individual artist grants, but some more that are specifically film related would be awesome.
Any more questions?
Thank you guys so much. These chingonas, as the puppets did say, chingona is a strong, resilient woman that inspires others and really resilient among themselves. And I think this, to say the least, these women capture that. So thank you guys for talking up here and giving a word. And I think a good start would be a Facebook group. But let's talk about a Facebook group tonight. I'll on the side. But thank you guys again so much. We're about to get to break. We'll get back to you in 15 minutes. Let's give a hand to these guys over here. Woo! See you later.
Working with C-stands has been a dream.
I mean, we could punch in a little bit.
Heart's racing.
All right, so
About to be a vibe, he says.
like, what's something that you wish you would have already known, or like?
I would keep my phone in my hands.
When I first came here at Ohio HD, I knew like literally nothing about industry standard equipment or just equipment in general. So my couple months here has been amazing, just learning all of the different names and the terminology for different equipment.
I wanted the experience of shooting in a professional space. This was my chance to do that, and that's something I think that is really valuable about this internship.
I think the things that's really going to stick with all of us are the industry norms that go into producing anything as far as professional etiquette, how to handle yourself on a set.
I feel like I've learned how to get myself involved, how to take charge of what I want to learn and what I want to know and how I'm going to be useful. You know, those sort of, you don't think to do that in school just because you're a student. Everything is sort of like, okay, here you go. Whereas like here, if there's something you want to do, then you have to go for it yourself. And I think that's true of real life. You have to want to do those things.
Taking all the stuff that I've learned from here, I'll be able to pass down a lot of information that I found useful. We're a big community. I think it's really important to like stay connected, and it's pretty cool to just have that here within a space.
My favorite memories have been like the times that we as interns have gotten together and like hung out, whether we're getting lunch or just like talking and like shooting ideas back and forth. Like everyone has like so many like cool ideas and like good things to say.
Development. They're not just here to like let us run loose and like say that they did an internship to like boost their commercial appeal. They actually care about developing young creatives and helping them get their footing in the industry. And that showed because they were curious to find out how much we knew, and they were also excited to tell us more.
At the end of it, like it's worth it, and it's been such a cool experience to like look back and see how far we've come and not even want it to end. Like I kind of just want to stay here and be an intern instead of going back to school, but like, you know.
The Bolt is a 6-axis camera robot that is very fast, very precise, and is infinitely repeatable.
Precise repeatable motion creates opportunities in shots that you would not be able to get traditionally. And a lot of the shots that we've done can sometimes almost look like they're a virtual shot because you're not used to thinking that a physical camera can get to the places this arm can put it.
If you had a similar product that you wanted the same move on, say 150 flavors of a soda, you'd be able to do that exact same move and cut them one after the other without having to do any kind of tracking, any kind of realignment. It would be frame accurate and perfect every time. Additionally, we have the ability to add triggers and actuators that allow us to control how things interact while the camera is moving.
So we have a series of servo motors that can be controlling focus, iris zoom,
as well as external triggers, such as a drink pour or an ice drop or a light bulb turning on.
When you're bringing a Bolt to the set, you're not just bringing operators of machinery. You're bringing the expertise and the commitment of the entire Ohio HD team to your set. Come on down to the Ohio HD Gear Show, March 12th, 2020! All of our friends are going to be there. Airy, Electrosonic, MAGSTOR, Sony, Blue Shade, Central Ohio AV, Fujifilm, Westcott, Inner Circle, Canon, and many more! If you're a media professional, or just looking for an excuse to visit, then this show is for you! We also have t-shirts. Yay!
Oh, great. Like I needed a reason to hang out with a bunch of sweaty video nerds all day.
What I don't understand is, what's with the puppets?
Puppets? What?
Well, so come on down to the Ohio HD Gear Show. It's gonna be great!
working with C-stands has been a dream.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm here with Tim from MAGSTOR. How you doing, Tim?
Oh, doing good. Having a great show.
Oh, that's awesome. How's the gear show?
Oh, it's fantastic.
You loving it?
Yeah,
Dude, that's
yeah.
awesome. We got a great turnout today.
Yeah.
Let me know, what do you guys do out there?
So we make tape drives for your backup and archive needs. LTO tape drives under Thunderbolt or SAS or Fiber. We also make tape libraries, any size. We got you covered.
Cool. Step a little close to me, but so tell me more about this guy.
So pretty much LTO is the safest way to archive your data and also do backups. It's on a tape cartridge, which I have one right here.
Okay.
And pretty much this little guy right here can hold up to 12 terabytes of data. And
12 terabytes.
It can sit on the shelf for about 30 years.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
Doesn't use
That's pretty cool.
electricity or anything. It's the safest way to do it.
Yeah, dude, definitely. What about this guy right here? That's on my hand.
So that's the Thunderbolt attached drive that we make. That's kind of a niche product.
Mhm.
So you can connect it directly to your Mac. So it's almost plug and play at that point. You just plug in your Mac, you load up your software and say, hey, let's go, back up.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. So I also know that you guys have a great warranty program. So how long do your warranties last?
That's a great question. So all of our standalone desktop drives, they come with a 3-year warranty standard, and then they also have an optional 5-year warranty extension.
Oh, dude, that sounds awesome. Anything else you'd like to tell our audience?
We have our library lines, our rack-mounted units are coming out soon, and then we also have all the software bundles you can do as well, from ArchiWare, Imagine Products. We can bundle anything you need for that.
Oh, dude, everything sounds awesome over here. So thank you, Tim, for spending some time with me, and Anna, I'm taking it back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Elvis. Really excited. We're about to have Jacob from Westcott give a nice little demo for us. So Jacob, get on up here.
Hey, so I'm here with Westcott today, and if you guys aren't familiar with Westcott, I'll give you kind of a brief history of what Westcott is. We are a company here based in Ohio. We're based out of Toledo, Ohio. We started back in 1969, 1970s is when we started creating modifiers for photographers and filmmakers. We started out with umbrella-style modifiers, so a lot of people know us from that. And then, kind of fast forward, in 2012, a lot of people know us from like our Ice Light LED light is when we got into like the LED lighting game. And then about 3 years later, we got into our flexible LEDs. And a lot of people know them from just our flex panels. And then we relaunched these just a couple years ago, or about a year and a half ago now, which is our flexible LED panel. So with these guys, if I can get it untangled. There we go. So you have a nice pliable mat that obviously, you can mount in a lot of different locations. We have magnets built into it. And then this one specifically is a full color spectrum one, so it's a RGBW mat. Go ahead and turn that on. I'll try not to blow out the camera. Can I actually get a fresh battery from my table? There's one of these batteries sitting on my table. Yep, thank you. So as I'm waiting on that, I can kind of show you off some of the different things that you have for it. So like this specifically is one of our cine frames. So a lot of times when you get a mat like this, it's kind of hard to mount it in different locations or use it, with your existing setup. So with this, you have, the ability to use it with a yoke. You have like hard diffusion that you can use on it, and then as well as something like a grid as well. So that gives you a lot more control over the light, or, if you just stick it on a wall, your light's spilling everywhere. So with something like this, you have the ability to better control that. Thank you. Works a little bit better if you have a full battery on it. Okay, so with the DMX dimmer that we have here, it has wireless DMX built in, so you have the ability to connect this with your wireless ArtNet apps like Luminaire, and there's a few other ones on the market. Let me do that a little bit better. Okay, so on there you have obviously the full spectrum control, so you have your RGBW, and then within that we have gels built in, so we have Lee colors built in, and those are dialed to tungsten and daylight, which is really nice. So those are already kind of presets that are built into this, and then you're ready to go. Outside of those, we also have Lee technicals built in, so you have your, your plus green, half green on there as well. And then we also have a bicolor mode built into it, so especially with like an RGB mat, it's nice that you can still use it as a standard bicolor mat, just like our bicolor mats that we sell. And then we also have the source matching built in, which are the source presets. So that's where you have your 2800Ks, 3200, 4700, and then we have it matched to like cool white fluorescent. So if you're matching it to a real fixture, that's another option for you as well. And then our dimmer system is another kind of cool part of it. Not only are those presets and stuff built in, but if you connect it to our other mat sizes, if you see me over at our table, we have different mat sizes and stuff available. Like we have longer strip ones as well. And when you connect those to the dimmer, we use a one dimmer system. It will regulate the right amount of power. You can run it off of battery as well, like we're doing here. And then you can also run it off AC too. So the dimmer just plugs right into it, and then it'll recognize which mat's plugged in, so you don't have to have a dimmer for each mat that you have. You can plug it in, and it'll know which mat's plugged into it. So it makes it a lot easier if you have a bunch of these. Okay, and then the other thing that's kind of cool with our mats is we do have them backed by a lifetime warranty. So a lot of people are worried, if like an LED goes out or something like that. We do back it. We are based out of Ohio, so it's one of those things like if you have an issue with it, you can ship it back to us directly, and we will cover it. It is water resistant. It's like IP64 rated, so if it's in rain or anything like that, you're fine. And then, yeah, it's a fully flexible system. Do you guys have any questions out there about it, or anyone who's used it or anything like that? Yeah.
Does it come in different sizes? I came in the middle, so you may have already said that.
Yeah, absolutely. It depends on which version you're going with, but we have these down from like 1 foot by 1 foot sizes up to like 2 foot by 2 foot sizes, and then they're all with these Velcro there. So if you want to build these out to larger sizes, you can. So if you attach multiple together, you have the ability to do that too with it.
Now, does it have any kind of to change the color, to warm it up, or?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the different presets on it, so like let's say I'm on bicolor mode right there.
Oh, there, yeah.
Yep, you have the ability to change the Kelvin. So you can go, like we have presets from 2800 to 6000 built into that.
Oh, wow.
But then you have the full spectrum of colors too. So you can go, if you want to go super blue on it or super red, you have that option to do that on there too.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, thank you guys so much for watching this today with us.
Yes, thank you so much. We're about to head to break again. Thank you again for showing this really awesome new technology that y'all have. We're going to cut to break, and right after this, we're going to get you some area demos, so stick around. Great job.